Welcome to the Fire Management 24/7 365 workshop. I'm Jerry Mitchell, chair of the workshop steering committee, and I am a past president of the George Wright Society, the convener of the workshop, and I'll be moderating the plenary sessions today and tomorrow. Kicking things off, I often start with a joke or a funny story, but this topic, fire in California, is just a little too serious for that. In 2020, in California alone, 4.2 million acres burned. Structures destroyed or damaged, 10,500. People killed, 31. Nationally, 10.3 million acres burned. And 2020 was a replay of 2019, 2018, and 2017 in California and nationally. I wish I could say most of those acres were good fire, but in those numbers was a lot of catastrophic fire. The fire seasons I saw during my career were nothing compared to what you are contending with on the job. The tough times I saw, well, I thought I was going to be fired at one point. I guess you could laugh at that if you'd like. And it wasn't for reasons you may be thinking. I was a young biologist in Zion National Park who started asking why we were putting out all fires, why we weren't treating, why we weren't burning, why we weren't just monitoring some fires. One of the bosses way above me did not like that. All of that talk made him nervous. It's a long story, one I won't go into, but I and all of us on this workshop steering committee know the difficulties you face. Those same kinds of issues. You've got a big job before you, making the changes that you know need to be made, executing more action, doing things in new ways, working more with others, but doing so with varying degrees of public support, maybe little, maybe even without all the support you would want from within your own organizations. The purpose of the workshop is to help move forward toward outcomes, to increase the cooperative use of prescribed fire and other fuels treatments in California's mixed conifer forest systems. Catastrophic wildfires are becoming more common in the western United States, and California in particular is trending toward year-round, 24/7, 365 fire season. The devastating 2020 fire season in California has fundamentally changed the conversation on how to manage fire across the state. New priorities are emerging, and with them come new possibilities for collaboration to reduce catastrophic wildfire risk. Our workshop is seizing that moment. We know there are problems and barriers, but now is the time to move on to real on-the-ground cooperative solutions that can be models for action across the state and beyond. That is what the workshop is designed to deliver. COVID-19 caused us to change our plans many times. Originally, we planned for in-person learning, moving into 3 outcome-focused table exercises to plan out landscape scale projects. All of you could have taken part in or observed that work, contributing to or learning from the efforts. Because of COVID, those plans had to change. We believe you'll benefit from the perspectives offered today during the plenaries, whether you're joining us online or participating in the actual planning efforts later. Tomorrow, after the work has been done, we will come together again online to hear reports from the 3 groups, to get reactions from agency administrators and perspectives from an esteemed fire scientist. We're making every effort to make this workshop, even as it is virtual, one that will give you information, learning, and perspectives that will help you in your work. Before we go on to the next, before we go on to provide you context, we want to take a few moments to make some important acknowledgements. First of all, the George Wright Society and our workshop partners recognize that Native people have been caring for the lands and waters, now denoted as being in the state of California for many centuries. Thanks to the generous sharing of wisdom by Native people, we've come to know that indigenous use of fire has been and still is a vital part of maintaining well-functioning ecosystems, and that the practice of intentional burning continues to be culturally and spiritually important to tribes. All of the areas covered in this workshop are territories and home places to indigenous communities. We therefore want to open the workshop by acknowledging Native nations, both as first stewards and continuing caretakers of these places. Bear with me, the list is long, but they include the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians, the Bridgeport Indian Colony, the Mono Lake Katsadika Tribe, the American Indian Council of Mariposa County, also known as the Southern Sierra Miwok Nation, the Picayune Rancheria of the Chukchansi Indians, the Bishop Paiute Tribe, the Chicken Ranch Rancheria of Miwok Indians of California, the California Valley Miwok Tribe, also known as the Sheep Ranch Rancheria of Miwok Indians of California, the Calaveras Band of Miwok, the Norfolk Rancheria of Mono Indians of California, the Dunlap Band of Mono Indians, the Wasaki, Wabanuk, and Potwisha bands of Western Mono, Monash, the Wikchami and the Gaiwa tribes, the Foothill Yukuts, the Owens Valley Paiute, the three bands of Tuba Talabal tribe. I apologize if I've mispronounced that. The Puma Band of Liseño Indians, the La Jolla Band of Liseño Indians, the Morongo Band of Mission Indians, and the San Miguel Band of Mission Indians. As long as this listing is, it's very likely not a complete roster of Native groups associated with the areas covered in the workshop. We offer the list here to indicate the wide range of indigenous people who have used and cared for these areas and still do. Our acknowledgement today is intended as a mark of respect, and we thank all of the Native people of California for their stewardship and leadership. We also want to thank the organizations who helped plan this workshop, the primary fiscal underwriter, the Sequoia Parks Conservancy. Other fiscal sponsors include the Wildland Fire Associates organization, our partner organizations, CAL FIRE, the National Park Service, the U.S. Forest Service, and the Sierra Nevada Conservancy. We also want to thank the people who served on the steering committee. They are listed on the workshop webpage. They helped reimagine this workshop more than once as we responded to the pandemic. Now let me give you a quick overview of how this workshop is structured. The initial portion of the plenary session will continue by briefly providing some historical context to help us understand how we got to where we are today. Then we'll go to a presentation, what it takes to be successful in collaborative leadership. That will take us to about 8:45 this morning. After a 15-minute break, we'll reconvene at 9 o'clock for a panel discussion on what needs to change now in the wake of California's 2020 wildfire season. We'll hear from representatives of the California Natural Resources Agency, CAL FIRE, the U.S. Forest Service, and the National Park Service on how their agencies are moving forward with respect to prescribed fire and fuels treatments. Following a moderated discussion among the panelists, our opening plenary will conclude at 10:30. At that point, the live stream will end. And after a 30-minute break, we will switch gears at 10 a.m. to the working sessions, which are not part of the live stream. 3 concurrent series of working sessions will take place, occupying the rest of the day and tomorrow morning. The first set of sessions, entitled Enhancing the Giants, Stanislaus National Forest staff and Yosemite National Park staff will work together to and bring in some subject matter experts to examine the potential for cross-boundary wildland fire and fuels management treatments in the North Merced Grove, and Crane Flat area. In the second set, Big Stump to Redwood and beyond, U.S. Forest Service staff from Sequoia National Forest and National Park Service staff from Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Parks will work together with subject matter experts to examine fire and fuels management problems across the national forests and national parks. They'll investigate approaches to California fisher habitat management, and they'll look for opportunities to conduct large landscape scale treatments. In the third project, Saving Conifer Forests of Southern California through project collaboration and development, those folks will analyze two projects on national forests in San Diego and San Bernardino, California, to demonstrate barriers to successful collaboration and how they can be overcome. Tomorrow afternoon, after 2 p.m. Pacific, we hope you will join us again as we resume this live stream and convene the closing plenary of the workshop. We'll get report backs from the co-chairs of the work sessions, and then bring back agency representatives to offer some reactions to those reports. After a moderated discussion, the workshop will conclude with a closing talk by Scott Stevens, Professor of Fire Science at UC Berkeley. His talk, What's Next? Wildfire in California's New Climate Reality. The workshop will conclude at about 4 p.m. tomorrow. A couple of years ago, steering committee member Tom Nichols attended a science conference in Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Park. Afterwards, he kept thinking about several issues. He also felt that solutions for some would require bringing not just fire staff and managers together, but also natural and cultural resource staff and researchers. And he felt there were people out there who wanted to get involved but didn't know how. The suggestion for this workshop, Fire Management 24/7, 365, came from Tom. Tom would do a better job of explaining the whys of this workshop. I asked him to speak with us today. Unfortunately, Tom is ill today and has asked me to read his notes, and I'll go ahead and do that. He began by saying, as an introduction, Tom retired as the MPS Chief of Fire and Aviation at the National Interagency Fire Center in Boise, the Park Service Chief of Fire. Previously, he was prescribed fire specialist in Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Parks, fire management officer in Yosemite, and a regional fire management officer for the Park Service's Pacific West region. He's currently owner of Wildland Fire Associates, a sponsor of this workshop. Tom goes on to say, the relationship between fire and mixed conifer forests is well known and needs little revising here. Fire is a critical regulator of forest stand structure, fuels characteristics, and fire behavior and effects. The attempted suppression of fire has altered all of these and has resulted in intense, widespread, and destructive wildfires. Since the 1960s, many agencies have attempted to restore fire to the mixed conifer forest type, to restore wildfire hazard, to reduce wildfire hazard, as well as for ecosystem restoration and maintenance purposes. Prescribed fire, mechanical techniques, and where allowed by agency policy, wildfires have been used to support this effort. Consistently, the area actually treated has fallen short of the area in need of treatment. The buildup of vegetation and fuels and their continuity continues to compound over time. The additional influence of climate change, among other factors, has caused wildfire activity to essentially explode. And that brings me, and these are Tom's words, this brings me to some background on this workshop. Its origin was back in November 2017 when I asked to speak at a fire conference. I was asked to speak at a fire conference in Sequoia-Kings Canyon. The panel in which I participated addressed the need for more prescribed fire in the parks, especially in the giant Sequoia mixed-conifer forest type. When we were finished, I thought to myself, as usual, we, both the panel and the audience, were all in agreement that more fire was needed. Fire needed to be used. And as usual, it was quite unlikely that actual meeting the objective of more acres treated would occur. But looking around the room, many of the individuals who could help realize this objective were present, if only more time could be taken to sit down and work out the details of where, when, how, and for what purposes more fire could be used. In other words, the broader and deeper base of support and collaboration, both within the park staff and with the park's private, state, and federal cooperators, the more likely the projects would be accomplished. The concept quickly grew to include Yosemite National Park, surrounding national forests, CAL FIRE, and many other partners. The question then became how to get the varied participants to engage in this focused work, given the wide range of priorities, schedules, policies, and all the factors that would make any workshop difficult to schedule. Let's see, he goes on, I'll go ahead and read it. I needed to find an organization to help provide a framework for the workshop, and I thought about the George Wright Society. I'd worked with them before, and I knew its main activities include the sharing of interdisciplinary information, the organization of professional conferences, and is highly respected by scientists and land managers. I approached members of the board. In fact, I remember the email he sent me to see if they would be interested in organizing and facilitating a workshop on the use of fire. They agreed, and this is the result. A workshop with wide participation from a variety of agencies and disciplines within agencies that I frankly doubt would have occurred without an organizing entity such as the George Wright Society. I would like to thank Dave Harmon, Terry Thomas, George Wright Society Board for taking on this workshop. I would also very much like to thank all of you for participating even during the pandemic. I believe it would produce tangible products, focused collaboration, and personal contacts that'll help to realize my original vision of getting more acres treated to reduce wildfire hazard, meet resource management objectives, better utilize research recommendations, and build ecosystem resiliency in a period of escalating wildfire activity due to climate change. I also believe this workshop is a very unique process and model which can be used not only in not only many other fire management areas around the state and the country, but also other non-fire types of land and resource management issues as well, wherever collaboration is needed among state and federal agencies, private entities, public stakeholders, and non-governmental organizations. You are participating in something very new and special, which I think you will find quite valuable. So take a look around as the workshop progresses and enjoy the experience. In closing, the 365, 24/7 in the workshop title refers to the California fire season, which is becoming year-round. In Tom's opinion, it also refers to the type and rate of fuels management and prescribed fire activity that are required to deal with it. The area in need of treatment is so large that the work will have to be year-round and even concurrent with the fire season, and not relegated to its shoulder seasons, if the wildfire season even has shoulders anymore. Products coming out of this workshop and all future planning efforts will have to be funded, staffed, and function on this operational scale and be driven by the kind of collaboration this workshop emphasizes. Okay, but that concludes Tom's remarks. Thank you, Tom, and I hope you're feeling better. And with that, Let me shift gears here to a bit more forward-looking subject. As we noted in the beginning, the focus of fire management 24/7, 365 is collaborative solutions to reducing catastrophic wildfire risk. It's become obvious that agencies, organizations, and concerned individuals must forge new and lasting cooperative relationships if they're to make progress. Their relationships and their progress need to lead to outcomes. Collaborating in this way is hard work, but there are demonstrated ways to be successful. Here to help us explore these elements of success is Sharon Farrell, the Executive Vice President of Project Stewardship and Science at the Golden Gate National Parks Conservancy. Sharon oversees the One-Tam Partnership in Marin County, which brings together agencies and community organizations to meet the region's environmental challenges at scale. She also facilitates the California Landscape Stewardship Network. It is a network of networks advancing solutions, training, practices, and tools that increase the quality and quantity of cross-boundary landscape stewardship projects. Sharon also has served as a National Park Service ecologist, a resource planner with the Presidio Trust, and an environmental consultant and executive director. She and her colleagues have been taking a concentrated look at collaborative leadership in large landscape conservation, and she'll share some insights on that with us now. Sharon, welcome to the workshop.
Good morning. How are you, Jerry?
Good.
Can you hear me?
Sorry we were slow getting started today. I hope we haven't confused you any, but great to have you.
Great. Well, thank you for the warm welcome, and thank you for the opportunity to join today's workshop. As Jerry shared, my name is Sharon Farrell, and I work with the Golden Gate National Parks Conservancy, a cooperating association of the Golden Gate National Recreation Area. And as he also noted, in my early career, I worked as an ecologist with the National Park Service, so have familiarity with the complexity and need for an integrated and adaptive approach to reducing wildfire risk. As a part of my current work, I have the privilege of directing the One-Tam Partnership, and we're also focused on resource stewardship, including regional forest health and fuels management planning. In my work with the California Landscape Stewardship Network, which was conceived in 2016 and today, facilitates approximately 30 cross-boundary partnerships, we're focused at landscape scale work across the state. We share and advance our work through facilitating peer exchange, convenings, white papers, and working with state, regional, and local leaders. And while the benefits of working at a landscape scale are significant, if not essential, working at scale comes with complications, right? We have different landowners, different policies, different cultures, and often limited resources to support collective goals. Embracing this, the California Landscape Stewardship Network's work is centered around how do we shift paradigms, systems, practices, and culture to reduce these complications and forge new solutions. In short, our participants seek to innovate solutions that enable us to work more easily across boundaries and at scale. And as the California Landscape Stewardship Network has grown and evolved, we've witnessed the central need for collaborative leadership as an important dimension of our work. My introduction today is based upon my own experiences, research, and my work with 10 colleagues and key Landscape Stewardship Network partners from across the country. Together, we're developing collaborative leadership trainings, skills necessary to build cross-boundary partnership capacity and impact. And we're focusing on what does it take to lead place-based partnerships that are comprised of diverse groups and organizations who've come together to care for our land and water resources. As Jerry said, the title of this workshop, Fire Management 24/7, 365, implies that we're at an inflection point in our work. The way in which we approach fire management today is not and cannot be the same way it was approached 50 years ago, 10 years ago, and perhaps even 3 years ago. And as we look to address 21st century conservation needs, we're seeing that success is not just about having burn plans, not just about having maps and defined projects and resources for implementation. It is also predicated on having the necessary leadership, systems, and political will at all levels to undertake this work at a landscape scale. And given the growing impacts of climate change, working at that necessary scale requires that we look well beyond our boundaries, beyond our jurisdictions, and often beyond our own needs and comfort level. It is that last point, working beyond our individual needs and comfort level, where I believe the practice of collaborative leadership is a necessary vehicle for change. When collaborative leadership is central to our collective work, I would argue that it improves the efficacy, increases the durability, and expands our impact. This notion is not new. The necessity for cross-boundary and cross-sector collaboration has been promoted throughout the last century. For example, the 2019 UN report on biodiversity concluded there is a need for transformational change. We cannot think only of one place, one species, or the responsibility of one leader, organization, or sector to create change. Knowing this, I believe the challenge, however, is to invest resources and time in the practices and processes necessary for everyone who works across boundaries to see themselves as a collaborative leader. When I began my work with WANTAM, which includes federal, state, regional, and local land managers, the partner executives initially struggled to define collective resource stewardship goals, goals that transcended their individual needs and perspectives. At one point during the partnership's first year, when a leadership meeting stalled, then Park Service Superintendent Frank Dean shared that he was willing to have the other partner projects receive funding for their restoration projects first, as those were the highest priorities for that regional landscape. That was a turning point in the formation of this now 8-year-old collaborative. The conversation shifted from me to we. Frank, like many other collaborative leaders, acknowledged taking care of the long-term health and resilience of our landscapes is a complex enterprise, requiring a long-term investment, demonstrated commitment, and a collective perspective. It takes time, it takes intention. My work through the California Landscape Stewardship Network has further illustrated that having collaborative leaders like Frank is central to achieving sustained impact on the ground, whether fire management, forest system resiliency, or sea level rise adaptation. This is further substantiated by a growing body of research. In the WANTAM Partnership's 5th year, researchers published a report focused on the impacts that that partnership had achieved. This included the unveiling of a new model for measuring impact, the Partnership Impact Model. The research revealed that sustained collaboration requires high levels of trust and connectivity between partners and their larger networks. And it is only when these foundational impacts are met that outcome-based impacts, such as direct activities on the ground, can achieve scalable outcomes. This was another turning point in the partnership's development. Executives recognized that building the partnership's capacity and shared culture was critical, and have since invested time in staffing and resources to ensure its functionality, and that every staff member sees themselves as a collaborative leader. As Joanne Makeda, Executive Director of the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, recently shared, achieving landscape scale work is in part based on defining and implementing collective goals, what we can do together that we can't do individually, and in part investing in each other's partners' abilities to successfully collaborate. This is the culture change needed, and this is the opportunity of collaborative leadership. By definition, collaborative leadership is a process involving shared or joint power where no one person or group is in charge, and the mindset needed to approach complex challenges and is predicated on having underlying trust and humility. Collaborative leadership is a mindset and an ongoing practice. I imagine you might all agree that it takes considerable work to prepare approved burn plans, right? To secure the necessary permits, and then to stage for and ignite fires. Similarly, I have learned in my career that it takes considerable work to collaborate, and successful partnerships aren't passé. In a soon to be published paper, Together We'll Go Further, The Opportunity of Collaborative Leadership, several colleagues and myself identify and discuss 4 overlapping pillars of collaboration: systems thinking, interpersonal skills, process design, and social and cross-cultural competency. We believe these are central to fostering collaborative leadership. We also acknowledge that there is a high need to develop shared tools, resources, and training around these pillars in order to increase the impact and sustainability of stewardship and conservation partnerships working across boundary and across sectors. The first pillar is systems thinking. We all function within systems that influence and affect us. These include ecosystems, socio-political systems, financial systems, governance systems, and many more. A systems thinking approach helps us see and understand all of the relevant pieces as well as the system as a whole. In so doing, systems thinking builds an understanding of relationships, the interdependency of those relationships, and the system dynamics that shape our interactions. These include important insights such as complex purpose, which many of our partnerships have, and complex reciprocity. The second pillar is interpersonal dynamics and relationship building skills. The relationships we hold, both within and beyond our diverse organizations, are critical to our shared success. How we build and how we maintain those relationships, how we strengthen trust and connectivity, how we shape the attitudes and culture, all require intention and can help us be successful in this dynamic and changing environment. As noted by researcher Dr. Amy Mickle, interpersonal behaviors are among the most influential factors for fostering and discouraging collaboration. Mickle's groundbreaking analysis and soon to be published work suggests that there are 4 cornerstones which are key to building and strengthening collaborative connections and fostering successful collaboration. These are compassion, character, courage, and commitment. She asserts that increasing knowledge and skills that lead to these behaviors is critical to the success of 21st century conservation. The third pillar, process design and management. This is really about the business of working in partnership. Successful collaboration helps us solve collective problems when it includes the right information, the right group of people, and the right process. Paying attention to all 3 of those dimensions and advancing the skill set around them is especially critical for those of you who are playing roles organizing, convening, and facilitating these collaborative efforts. This includes developing and advancing a skill set in facilitation, conflict resolution, or as some call it, conflict wisdom, evaluation and problem solving. While relying on these critical skills, effective process design is often a creative enterprise, right? Where the focus is on designing a series of experiences just like the ones you're having today that can bring people together in new and productive and meaningful ways. The last pillar we're focusing on is the social and cross-cultural competency. This speaks to our underlying values. As stewardship practitioners, we need to be more inclusive, more equitable, in advancing solutions with diverse audiences and participants around shared values. As we move through these paradigms and this changing world, and the work that's defined often by individual sectors and silos, we must move to a collaborative approach defined by connections and relationships. We need to better understand the diverse communities with whom we share the long-term care of place. This involves perhaps some of the hardest work before us, raising our awareness and our understanding of our social and cultural biases, digging into our history, our origins, and the current challenges related to diversity, equity, justice, and inclusion, and exploring ways to address deep political divides. This will require attention not only for our relationships, but also in our way of learning, to the language we use to communicate, and to our ability to engage in open and authentic conversation with each other. Taken together, I believe these 4 pillars and the underlying principles, practices, and skills that they represent begin to provide a pathway that can help us realize the promise of collaborative conservation and stewardship at scale, necessary to address the pressing challenges of both our changing natural and social landscapes. Many participants in the California Landscape Stewardship Network believe investing in and leading with these pillars in mind is necessary to advance an important and undernourished part of our work and can help us achieve the community and conservation successes we envision. It is our goal to create a training program in the future to support this. Today, as each of you bring your individual strengths, your organizational resources, and your unique perspectives to advance strategies and tactics to meet the 24/7, 365 call for collective action, I invite you each to do so with collaborative leadership in mind. Perhaps challenge your own thinking. And in doing so, as you collectively create a shared vision and actions moving forward, you will too see the ability to bring impact in this important and necessary work. With that, I wish you a great workshop and thank you for the opportunity to join you today.
Sorry, I needed to unmute. Thank you for those insights, Sharon. We really appreciate it. We really appreciate it. Now we will take a break until 9 o'clock. We had hoped to give you about 15 minutes and we will be able to give you most of that. So we'll be able to get back on schedule at 9 o'clock to start the panel discussion. See you at 9 o'clock. Welcome back to the second part of operating the opening plenary session of Fire Management 24/7, 365. And I had a chance to fix a few things while we took a break. That was helpful to me. So anyway, welcome back to the second part of the opening plenary session of Fire Management 24/7, 365. Again, I'm Jerry Mitchell, and I'll be moderating the panel discussion we have for you this morning. This session, titled What Needs to Change Now in the Wake of California's 2020 fire season, offers perspectives from 4 agencies that are deeply concerned with fire management in the state, but which have markedly different approaches. The California Natural Resources Agency, CAL FIRE, USDA National Forest Service, and the National Park Service. Each of the representatives will speak for about 15 minutes, offering their agency's perspective of the 2020 fire seasons, the lessons it has taught, and what their agency needs to do right now to better reduce the risk of catastrophic wildfires. We begin with a wide-angle view from the California Natural Resources Agency, whose charge is to restore, protect, and manage the state's natural, historical, and cultural resources for current and future generations using creative approaches and solutions based on science, collaboration, and respect for all the communities and interests involved. Representing the agency is Jessica Morse, the Deputy Secretary for Forest Resources Management, a woman known for thinking big strategy and in a Newsom administration that is prioritizing real fire resilience. Jessica has served as a budget analyst and national capacity development coordinator with the U.S. Agency for International Development, a strategic policy advisor with the U.S. Pacific Command, and the Iraq County coordinator for the U.S. Department of State. She holds a Master's of Public Administration degree in National Security and Nuclear Nonproliferation from Princeton University. Jessica, welcome.
Morning, thank you. It's really nice to be here with you today, and I'm really excited to hear about the great work that you are all are undertaking and your critical partnership in increasing fire resilience for our community. I have some slides to share. It looks like I am not able to, so if that changes, let me know. But let me talk you through kind of the big picture of where we stand on fire resilience in the state. This last year, we had 5 of the 6 largest fires burning in California. In 5 of the 6 largest fires in state history were burning simultaneously. This had over 250,000 people displaced, 4.1 million acres burned. And this is a multi-generational crisis that is growing at an exponential rate. In 2018, the 4th climate assessment estimated that we would see an increase in acres burned in California by 77% annually. And this last year, we had a 1,500% increase in acres burned from 2019. So the predictions of climate change that were anticipated at the end of the century have come 80 years early. So this crisis is upon us, and it is upon us in a incredibly intense, it's incredibly intense, and it requires an all hands on deck approach to fire resilience in the state. I'm trying to share my screen here. Can you guys see that?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, so this is, I think many of you are familiar with the history of California's fires, but just so we're all on the same page, we are a fire adapted ecology. Tribes managed with ecological fire for millennia throughout California. The gold rush era came and suppressed natural fire and clear cut about 97% of the old growth in California. The trees grew back overly dense, and the Forest Service emerged as the protectors of public land, this fairly radical concept. But Congress would not fund public land at the beginning of the century, in early 1900s. And so they refused to fund the Forest Service. So to be able to get the Forest Service and this concept of public land enshrined and protected, Teddy Roosevelt and Gifford Pinchot transitioned it to a fire suppression agency. So even though they understood the role of fire on the ecology, they sacrificed some of the ecology and the science for the politics to be able to ensure that the Forest Service could get funded. This removed the natural role of fire from our ecosystem and our forests. It led to fire suppressed forests, which were overly dense. And when fires come through, there's lots of ladder fuels, they become catastrophic. It burns the entire forest and leads to vegetation change, and we lose carbon. It causes watershed devastation. So on the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see the ecologically managed forest, which is more the aim that we're going towards, that you would have thinner forests. When fire comes through, it plays its natural ecological role, and our watersheds and ecologies and communities are safe and healthy. What we're seeing now is the century of fire suppression being compounded by climate change. We had a 1 in 1,000 year drought in 2015, and that killed over 169 million trees throughout the state. And this tree mortality has led to incredibly intense fuel loads on the forest, where you're having about 6% fuel moisture on these really hot days, and these hot streaks throughout the state. And so that's drier than kiln dried wood. And so when a fire starts, it becomes catastrophic. These are photos from the Creek Fire this summer, where you had a weather system created by the fire that went 50,000 feet into the air. And when that smoke pillar collapsed, it pushed hurricane force winds out in every direction, leaving people stranded. It's really difficult to navigate fires that are creating their own weather system and behaving this way. And this is the future that we're staring at if we don't get ahead of the curve on reducing that fuel load on the landscape and creating more fire resilience. The other point that we have to keep in mind is that these fires are not only a cause of cascading climate events such as drought, heat, leading to catastrophic fires, they then cascade even further. They can further intensify drought by devastating our watersheds. We have intense mudslides off of them. The smoke is increasing health risks for communities, and we see it's compounding the crisis of homelessness as we are getting climate refugees out of these challenges. Here's the hope, though, that our forests can actually survive hotter temperatures and changing climate. This is a forest that is actually in Baja California, and it was never clear cut. It was always managed by ecological fire, and it continues to thrive at a much warmer ecozone than our forests are today. And so there is hope that we can actively manage and create more resilient forests and rangelands to be able to establish that fire resilience and create something that looks more like this, that's a climate resilient forest zone. So to be able to achieve true fire resilience for California, we really need to address this on 3 fronts simultaneously. The innermost, and these are kind of concentric circles here. So the innermost front is community hardening. So this is the worst case scenario that a fire comes through. that we have hardened homes, created defensible space and survivable spaces so that communities can survive if a fire comes through. The next layer is really that wildland urban interface, thinking about putting in strategic fuel breaks, which can be areas where firefighters take a stand, or areas that are critical escape routes along roads, so that we can stop fires from coming through or people can escape these catastrophic fires. And the last layer is really landscape. And this is ensuring that we are reducing that fuel load on the landscape, returning the normal ecological role of fire to the landscape, so that when you have an incident like we had this summer with 11,000 lightning strikes in 72 hours, that landscape is prepared and those fires play an ecological role as opposed to the catastrophic and devastating role that we saw this summer. We also really want to ensure that to scale up on all three of those fronts, we are putting the right foundation in place. So these are going to be strategies that are regionally driven through regional collaboratives, because we recognize that these three layers are going to be different ratios in different communities based on the community, the ecology, the vegetation. And so you need different ratios of these three fronts to become fire resilient. And so that is why we really want to give communities and regions the tools to derive strong, well-planned, cohesive landscape scale, watershed scale strategies for fire resilience. We're also really committed to ensuring that these are science-based strategies, that we are using data, technology, spatial analytics to be able to make the choices as to what goes where, and that we are incorporating adaptive management, meaning we're taking in the latest science into our systems and standards, so that we're ensuring that we're not creating unforeseen environmental impacts down the line from the actions we're taking now. There are also three areas that could be bottlenecks if we don't fix them, which is ensuring that we have a more robust workforce that's trained to be able to do this work. We're seeing people compete for the same workers on different projects, and it's slowing down the net total of vegetation management projects we can do. So we want a robust and trained workforce. We want to encourage business development. We are seeing a lack of access to capital equipment in this sector. Everything from masticators to traditional mills to innovative tools to gasify woody biomass, for example. And so we want to be able to create access to capital and start small businesses around this sector so that we can actually really increase our pace. And then finally, we want to ensure that groups that are doing the ecological restoration that is needed and the fire and the resilience activities are not being hampered by our oversight bureaucratic processes. And instead, we are creating efficiencies with our oversight and having it play the role of ensuring that there are high environmental standards without being a slow, a hindrance and a headwind on our timelines. So the governor has recently proposed a $1 billion budget to be able to invest in all of those areas. And this is a dramatic increase. Last year, we were at 75 million for fire resilience in the state. And this is all prevention activities. And so $1 billion investment to really surge our prevention across all three of those areas. We are going to be investing dramatically in fuel reduction and returning prescribed fire to these landscapes, getting hand crews out in the field and doing it across land ownership types. So we'll have the grant programs that often many of you have relied on in the past, but we'll also be investing in ensuring that states' parks and fish and wildlife, state-owned lands have the tools to improve and do fire resilience work and vegetation thinning on our state-owned lands. We also have funding for small landowners who make up 26% of our land ownership types throughout the state. So they are critical to making sure that this works. So we have $50 million identified in here for the California Forest Improvement Program, which would help small family landowners make those, actually do forest resilience work on their land. So we're attacking different strategies for different landowners. And one other is we've identified 20 million that's specifically for tribes to be able to tell us what they need on tribal land, and creating a more expedited process for tribes to be able to do resilience work for themselves. So this is a breakdown of the landscape budget writ large. It's about 512 million. Some of these funds will be released early action, so it's going to be before the, our hope is that it will be before the July budget deadline. And then the next area is the wildland urban interface. So we are investing in more strategic fuel breaks. And this is an example of a fuel break. It's thin strips of forest restored to more of a natural density. They're often along roadsides. And this is a place where firefighters can take a stand. The governor deployed the National Guard and CAL FIRE to do 35 emergency fuel breaks last year in record time, which came into play this last 2020 fire season, saving communities. And so these are photos from San Diego, and then down on the right, you have a fuel break that actually, this is a fuel break outside of Paradise that self-arrested the campfire, the flank of the campfire, and it saved not only Paradise Lake, the reservoir and the water system for Paradise, it saved the town of Sterling City. So these fuel breaks are incredibly effective, even in the most catastrophic fires, and save lives and communities. So we're doing significant investment there. CAL FIRE is going to be continuing to ramp up their efforts to do strategic fuel breaks. We're bringing in fuel crews and hand crews and the Forestry Corps program through the Conservation Corps to be able to do this work. And we are investing in fire prevention grants for communities to be able to do this. And those are more broad. They can also cover community hardening as well. So, and then finally, this is the community hardening aspect of it, putting in defensible space around homes, ensuring that homes are hardened to be able to withstand a wildfire. We saw that in 2008, the fire marshal changed the fire safe building codes to incorporate home hardening into those standards. We saw a 60% survival rate of those homes past 2008 in the campfire, whereas homes built before 2008 without those codes had about a 10% survival rate. So this is a really impactful tool in terms of increasing a community's chance of survival, but you do have to have a saturation level of homes in a community that are hardened and have this defensible space for it to be truly impactful. So we are piloting, this is an area that's new for us, we are piloting $25 million investment from the state and $75 million matching from our federal partners, so that'd be a $100 million pilot program to be able to get people who cannot afford to do home retrofits the tools to do retrofits to harden their homes. This also includes defensible space inspectors, land use planning, and funding for UC fire advisors to be able to really ensure that we're getting communities the education they need so that they can take proactive steps to harden their homes for those that can't afford it. So, and one of the other areas that we're working on are these foundational areas of what do we do with this woody biomass? That's a slash pile. That is me standing next to it, if you can see the tiny person in the picture. But in the Tahoe Basin alone, there's an estimated 400,000 slash piles like this. And these are really critical that we need to get them moving. The two options for them right now are if you can get them into biomass facilities, they can be converted to electricity, or most of the time they are open pile burned and in the winter. And so this is really crucial that we find secondary and higher uses for this woody biomass. And there's a lot of innovation out there for it, everything from things like wood block cement, which is wood paneling, to cross-laminated timber, which can actually replace steel and concrete in communities or in skyscrapers. We just updated our building codes in California to allow up to 18 stories in these cross-laminated timber buildings, which you see. So one of the areas that we're investing in is $47 million for the Climate Catalyst Fund. This would be a zero to low interest lending program managed through the iBank that will give loans to get capital equipment and launch businesses in the forest sector. So that's everything from sort of a small mill that you can put on the back of a pickup truck, like you're seeing in the picture here, to potentially cross-laminated timber on a smaller scale, and everything in between. So this is really designed to help get more equipment and businesses launched in this field. We're also investing in business development people at GoBiz to be able to help attract larger manufacturers like the cross-laminated timber or large-scale gasification, to be able to bring big business into this sector, to be able to utilize this woody biomass so that carbon isn't just going up into the atmosphere, that we're finding ways for it to get sequestered and reduce fire risk. We're also continuing to invest in workforce development so that we don't have to wonder who are we going to hire to do this work. And this includes, as I mentioned before, the Forestry Corps at the California Conservation Corps. And the bottom photo is the CHIPS program out of Calaveras County, which has which is now throughout the entire Sierra. They partner with 8 tribes to train tribal members in fuel reduction and forest management techniques, and they have become the work crew. This program has been incredibly impactful. It reduced unemployment for the Hungalelti tribe up in Alpine County by 30% for that rancheria alone. So it has these investments, while they may not make a major impact on California's net GDP, in the rural communities where these programs are really touching, they will make a sizable and dramatic impact on the local economies in these communities, as well as our fire resilience. So we're also investing in ensuring that we are investing in research, data, technology. This includes $15 million for spatial analytics. That would it covers about a third of the fire-prone landscape in California, helping us fill the holes that we have for like LiDAR and spatial analytics to improve our predictive models. And we're also doing permit efficiencies. As many of you know, we rolled out the Cal VTP last year. This is a 20 million acre environmental impact review that did a lot of the work ahead of schedule. So you have 20 million acres in the state on non-federal land. So most of the funding that we're putting into state funded projects would fall under the Cal VTP. And it allows anyone doing these fuel reduction and fire resilience or reforestation projects to be able to get their CEQA done in a matter of months rather than years. And to make this process more efficient, we are ensuring that people don't have to figure out how to, the VTP is a 1,000-page document, so we don't want people to have to figure it out on their own. So we're rolling out with the Board of Forestry about 40 test cases across different landscapes, so that we're doing a real environmental analysis that's project specific across different ecosystems, whether it's going to be coastal sage or coastal redwood or high Sierra or chaparral, that will have ecozones and geographies already done, so that somebody will just be able to pick up that template and use it rather than trying to navigate and try to figure out the entire VTP themselves. And so that will be more efficient. And then the water boards and CDFW have partnered with us, really amazing work, to ensure that their permits are fully incorporated into the VTP. And so this budget actually delivers us a single entry point to be able to get ecological permits and your CEQA done in record time while still upholding really high environmental standards. So the last area that I want to mention is really the shift towards a regional focus. One of the things that I kind of skipped over in this budget is that there's $85 million for the Regional Forest and Fire Capacity Program. We've been hearing from grantees that they are happy with the grant dollars, but it is really hard to do the planning and the project preparation that makes it easier to get a grant. And so the Regional Forest and Fire Capacity Program is designed to give funding to regional collaboratives to be able to have planning dollars, to be able to plan their entire watershed scale fire resilience strategies, and then to get them project preparation dollars so that they can do this environmental analysis on the ground, so that they can line up the contractors that they need to, so that then when our grants come, they can be directed block grants into that region so that communities can immediately and easily be able to get through entire project pipelines, so they're not waiting 3 grant cycles to be able to finish one project. So we are really excited about this shift. It helps realign things more closely and really gets us to a foundation of fire resilience throughout California. And we are really excited to partner with all of you on it. Thank you.
Jessica, thank you. Very good stuff. And let me pull up my notes to see where I'm going next here. I made a number of notes. I look forward to chatting with you about what you just presented. Very good. Now we'll turn to Helge Eng of CAL FIRE. CAL FIRE's mission emphasizes the management and protection of California's natural resources. Sorry, I'm having a little difficulty on screen here.
I may be prematurely sharing my screen. Should I take it down?
I think you're fine, Helge. Just give me a second. Find my notes on. Here we go. I apologize. CAL FIRE's mission emphasizes the management and protection of California's natural resources, a goal that is accomplished through ongoing assessment and study of the state's natural resources and an extensive resource management program. CAL FIRE is represented here today by Helge Eng. Helge is Deputy Director of Resource Management. He has over 25 years of forestry experience, including working in other countries as a forestry consultant. He has worked since 1992 in a variety of positions with CAL FIRE. Helge has a Bachelor of Science degree in forestry from the University of British Columbia, a master's degree in forest measurements, a master's degree in statistics, and a PhD in forest operations research from Oregon State University. Helge, thanks for joining us.
Thank you. And I think Jessica pretty much summed it up when she mentioned that there's a proposed budget of $1 billion. That's 9 zeros. And I think money really talks in this case, and it really speaks volumes about the commitment of this governor and this administration to taking the wildfire resilience and forest health problems seriously. And I really think we're starting to make a difference. So what you have here is this little guy is definitely a disgruntled customer, and he's interested in seeing some change right now. So I thought that was kind of a cute picture. A little bit about California land ownership. There's basically 2 types of landowners in California. It's the feds, federal government, primarily the Forest Service. As you can see, if you add BLM, national parks, and other federal, the federal portion of the land ownership slice goes up to almost 57%. The other half is really private landowners, and roughly half and half each private corporate, i.e. timber companies, and small non-industrial private. The reason this is unique is that, unlike many other states, California really has a very small state ownership portion, a relatively puny 2.2%, which means that in practice, in order to influence change, the state has to work indirectly and cooperatively with our federal sister agencies, the Forest Service, the dark green in the map on the right, as well as with private landowners, the light green in the map. So that's just a reminder of what we're up against. Going back to school real quick, we all learned about the precautionary principle. Decision makers like certainty. They like to take a wait and see approach if there is insufficient information and insufficient science. I think there's one thing everybody agrees on in the wildfire arena is we have to do something. We cannot afford to wait. Yet we have massive uncertainty. So the precautionary principle goes out the window. That's just the way it is. Here's your classic overly dense, overstocked forest. And I apologize for stealing Jessica's slide, but very telling. Climate change, drought, bark beetle epidemics, outright tree mortality, and of course, sooner or later, nature is going to hit the reset button, and we're stuck with this and the unfortunate aftermath in a lot of cases. So I'm going to focus on first what we do know, and then what we don't know. I think what we do know is reassuring. Reforestation really works, and we've had 100+ years experience of perfecting that in California. And this is actually an area where private timber companies really excel and really shine. There's actually a new reforestation manual, an update of the old CAL FIRE manual. The new one is published by University of California Extension. And it's really comprehensive, and it's a team effort between academia, private landowners, CAL FIRE, and others. And I would encourage you to take a look at that. It really is the state of the art. And it kind of stands to reason. Private timber companies invest good money in purchasing land. Then they invest $500 to $1,000 per acre in preparing the site, planting the trees, and nursing them to maturity. They're not about to let that investment go down the drain in a wildfire. And so some of the most innovative work on spacing of trees, planting a mix of species, irregular planting patterns, really has been done by private timber companies. So we have a fair amount of knowledge there. It's just an interesting statistic. If you look at the all ownership bar on the right, you can see that California is in fact a sink, not by a large margin. See about 2.2 on the positive side and a drain of minus 1.8 on the negative side. So it doesn't take much for California to turn into a source in a bad fire season. And that could explain some of the research studies that come to different conclusions on source versus sink. So we should not get too complacent. California really is probably right on the bubble between a sink and a source. How important is fire? The second set of bars from the right. Interestingly, it's a relatively minor component of the change. And I should explain that fire is by no means minor. It's an enormous problem. I think what is reassuring that growth on live, healthy trees, the undisturbed column on your right, is really colossal. And when you think about it, that kind of makes sense because there's a lot of trees in California. Every tree puts on a little increment of growth every day. And so that really adds up. So I think the moral of the story here is it's incumbent on us to keep forests as forests. Other things that work, vegetation management that Jessica talked about and that we are looking to drastically scale up. Not just thinning, but also timber harvesting, when you do it right, sustainably, has a fuel reduction and resilience effect. Reforestation, prescribed fire, mechanical fuels reduction, and a whole litany of other tools in our toolkit, ranging from land use planning, retrofits, ingress, egress, power line clearance, and education. These are things that we know how to do. We know they work. We just have to do more of it and do it in a way that will encourage resilience and forest health. Again, fuel breaks really do work. I know there is some debate, and the argument has been mentioned that for catastrophic large wildfires, fuel breaks don't do any good. Fires run right through them. It's kind of a hopelessly general statement, in that wildfires are not homogeneous entities. They're not a single kind of fire behavior. The picture you see here is from arguably the most tragically devastating wildfire in California history, the Camp Fire that destroyed the town of Paradise. The fire front was variable. There were pockets of the fire that lent itself to fuel breaks, and what you see here, the red line is the fire front, the green line is the fuel break, and I think you can see that firefighters were able to take a stand at that fuel break and hold the fire, prevent it from taking out the little yellow dots, which are houses. And that fuel break really probably saved lives. Another example, the cave fire near Santa Barbara. Green lines, orange lines are fuel breaks. And again, I think you can see that they were quite successful in holding the fire and moderating the influence of what could otherwise be an inferno. So moving into what we don't really know, we know at a general level, the 30,000 foot level, what we need to do. We don't know the details, and you know how most journal articles, scientific studies basically conclude with more research is needed. Well, that's an understatement. We don't know for any specific ownership or ecosystem how many trees per acre to remove to make forest fire resilient, what size classes to remove, what species, how many large trees do we leave behind per acre, and what is large? Is an 18-inch diameter tree large, or does it have to be 24 inches or 36 inches to achieve that kind of structural and habitat effect to make a forest resilient? There's an economic aspect here in that an 18-inch diameter tree is eminently merchantable. And if private landowners can harvest enough of these medium to large sized trees to make a profit on their operation, they will do it without any grants or investments from the state. And it's an enormous leverage force multiplier that can be used to achieve our goals. In fact, the private sector is probably the most productive area in achieving the most fuel reduction acres right now. Another question is, what does overly dense mean? We've been throwing that word around. Same thing as how many trees do you remove? How many trees per acre are overly dense? And again, it depends. What's your parameter of interest? If you want timber or carbon, if you want to store as much carbon biomass as possible, you want to pack on a lot of trees, they may be at high risk for wildfires, so it may not stick around for long. If you want to emphasize wildfire resilience, you probably want to carry a lot less trees per acre, but you have the assurance that that carbon is going to stick around for a while. It's going to be fire-safe carbon. These are just some of the examples of things that we still have to do much more research on. And again, the governor's proposed budget has a very respectable investment in that kind of research. So here's just an example on the ground. Is this a fire resilience stand? Maybe. You'll notice the trees are pretty young and they have not self-pruned a lot, so the canopy goes pretty close to the ground. I would probably thin this a little more. This looks a lot better. You can see the canopy starts up at 20 or 30 feet. This is very open. This is in fact after a tree mortality event, and this is what's left behind. And interestingly, there's a lot of cedar dominating the site at this point. So we may be looking at a new commercial timber species for the future. Here's another example of a very open forest, again, post bark beetle and tree mortality. But I think it's an encouraging message that forests are resilient. It takes a lot to kill off forests entirely, and it is possible to maintain forest cover on the site, albeit sparse. So switching gears a little bit, prescribed fire, it's arguably one of the most cost-effective and ecologically appropriate tools for restoring and maintaining resilient landscapes. I think the major challenge we have is legal and liability aspects. People are concerned about prescribed fire. They're concerned about the state will come after them in court to recover fire suppression costs if the prescribed fire gets away and becomes a wildfire. They're concerned about their neighbors taking them to court for damages to their property. So I think legal consequences and liability is probably a major challenge. What happens if a prescribed fire becomes a wildfire? And just a little tutorial on different states and different laws. Strict liability basically holds a person legally responsible even if there's no negligence. Simple negligence like California, if reasonable care is not taken, then you're on thin ice. Gross negligence like they have in Florida, you have to demonstrate a reckless disregard for safety in order to recover damages from a burner. And there's quite a debate about what kind of standards we should have. And a lot of experienced fire bosses, prescribed fire folks with a lot of experience are advocating for gross negligence. California should switch to the Florida model. Strictly speaking, from a prescribed fire point of view, they're right. There is, however, a risk trade-off here. Gross negligence will make it harder for the neighbor on the right if the prescribed fire becomes a wildfire, burns down their house. It'll make it harder for that neighbor to recover their losses in court from the burner. The homeowner would have to demonstrate a reckless disregard for safety above and beyond the simple negligence standard. So it's a trade-off. It will be easier for the burner to get liability insurance. It may be harder for the homeowner to get homeowners insurance because the insurance company will have to pay up to replace his or her home. So as usual, there's not a single right answer, and we have to balance homeowners liability, burners liability, and insurance. Insurance remains a big problem in California. Couple of options that we are working on is spreading the risk. Another one is the state or a similar entity acting as a backstop and covering losses above a certain threshold, or alternatively covering losses in their entirety for large catastrophic fires. Not everyone in the state or the legislature is convinced of the wisdom of the state getting involved in this. So let's just say it's an ongoing discussion, but we keep working on it. I think we have taken a pretty significant step forward with California Senate Bill 1260 a couple of years ago, which really has introduced shared liability. So I think we are well on our way. So wrapping up, sustainable forest management under an unknown future climate. Nobody knows the direction of climate change or the severity. So these are my thoughts on smart things to do. Keep your future options open. That's nothing new in forestry, but especially so now with all the unknowns of climate change. I put robust in quotes. Robust is kind of a statistical sense. Management regimes that may not be optimal, but they are rational and they will work under a wide range of plausible future climate situations. So it's really hedging your bets in a sense. Capturing mortality is nothing new. You go out and hunt for trees that show signs of flagging out, and you catch them before they rot, and you can capture the wood, and you can create the fuel reduction and spacing thinning effects. Maintaining a variety of forest conditions. Again, diversity helps. Another way of saying keeping your future options open, I suppose. And adaptability is huge. Changing species composition, species migration, changing seed zones, possibly decreasing productivity, but even so, I think the ultimate goal should be to maintain some sort of forest cover for obvious reasons, carbon sequestration, water, forest health and resilience. And again, conclusion is there's no easy answers. We really cannot restore natural fire regimes that were here 200 years ago. 200 years ago, there were not 40 million people here. Today there is. They're not going to stand for their houses burning down and people getting killed. We have to come up with compromise solutions. I think we are. Again, frequent light surface fires, that's the ecological ideal. People's tolerance for smoke is unknown, but clearly limited. These are hard-earned lessons that we're discovering as we go. And sticking with it, commitment. CAL FIRE has been at this for 3 years now with cap and trade grant funding. We have already heard from stakeholders that what you're doing is obviously not working. We have to try something new. And this is 3 years in. And it's going to take 30 years and it still may not be working. So sticking with it is going to be paramount. It's going to be difficult, but we have to keep trying. Accepting some impacts in the short term to achieve our long-term goals, smoke being the classic examples. The low-hanging fruit has already been picked, and we have, in a sense, painted ourselves into a corner from past management, as Jessica alluded to. There will be impacts. And lastly, we really have to rethink our social responses to forest management. We have to accept increased logging. We have to accept more smoke in the air, and we have to accept the cost of building communities and retrofitting communities that can tolerate fire as a natural ecosystem process. And with that, I'd like to end with my favorite tree, the giant sequoia, which is really what makes California special. Thank you.
Thank you, Helge. Appreciate it. I've got a few notes to chat with things with you as well, but thank you. Next, we have Tony Scardina of the National U.S. Forest Service. The USDA Forest Service's mission is to sustain the health, diversity, and productivity of the nation's forests and grasslands to meet the needs of present and future generations. Our next speaker, Forest Service Representative Anthony Scardina, is a Deputy Regional Forester for the Pacific Southwest region of the U.S. Forest Service. In his role, he oversees fire and aviation management, state and private forestry and safety programs across California, Hawaii, and the affiliated Pacific Islands. Tony holds Bachelor of Science degrees in Forest Research Resource Management, Wildlife Sciences, and Fisheries Sciences from West Virginia University. He earned a Master of Science in Forestry and a Master of Public Administration from Virginia Tech. Tony, thanks for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having me, and good morning, everyone. Really want to thank Jessica and Helge for their comments. And, you know, when I was thinking about the question of what should change after the 2020 fire season, you know, I tried to look at it a little bit differently of where do we go from here. And, you know, in evaluating that, you know, there are things that I look at as we have strengths in California that we should continue to build on. And then there's areas for improvement. And I think Jessica and Helge covered those really well. You know, I think about what are the strengths that we should continue to build on. And, you know, I spent a lot of my career in the East, and coming into California several years ago, you know, it wasn't hard to recognize that the response and ability of the federal, state, and local government agencies in the state, as well as the range of partners, is really strong. I mean, we row in the same direction. So when I think about the challenges and problems around wildfire mitigation, I think one key element is people rowing in the same motion. And I think we do that in a really strong way, probably stronger than any other state that I've worked in, and even internationally. And I think it's reflected in our shared stewardship agreement recently with California that commits us to treating 1 million acres per year and being aligned in our vision. And I think the vision that Jessica laid out is something that all of the entities in California agree on significantly. So I think that's one thing from a positive standpoint, that we don't have to change everything. And there are lots of things that we're doing well and that we can build on. Now, obviously, a fire season like we saw in the fall doesn't make us feel like we're doing things the right way, but we also had significant weather events and other circumstances that led to some unforeseen outcomes. And so I think we can't forget to build on the things that we're doing really well. Another area that I think we do really well and is around science and research. The Forest Service has one of the largest research organizations in the world. And with our state partners and nonprofit partners and many others in communities, I think our focus on research has to stay strong. You know, we can learn from what occurred last fall by paying attention to it. I think of, for example, the August complex, which was a 1 million acre fire, something we've never seen before, not something that we prefer to have that large, that's not being controlled within our own circumstances. But we can look at it right now. We can learn from that fire, a fire that was 20% burned in high severity, 80% and a lesser severity. And we can learn what happened on that landscape. And there's some things that are probably things we wouldn't prefer to occur on that landscape. And there are some things that we probably saw in the long game being beneficial to balancing out that ecosystem. So I think continuing our investments in science and technology and learning and adapting from those things is really important because I think we need to evaluate how do we treat landscapes of that size with either mechanical treatments or prescribed fire treatments and learn from those lessons. Some of the areas where I think about there's areas for improvement, and again, some of these were mentioned. One of them that we can't forget is that fire prevention is key, and there are challenges across the country, but especially in California. You know, the lightning event that occurred in August was an anomaly in many ways, but outside of that, we still have percentages around 95% of fires in California being human-caused fire starts. And at least when it comes to national forest lands, about 25% of those are caused by campfires. And so part of this too is really bringing the public in more as best we can. And hopefully through this pandemic in a virtual world, we can figure out ways through technology to connect to more people, help them understand the important role that they play to preventing putting fire on the landscape so that we can do it more on our terms rather than the terms of things that we can control. So we can't forget that investments around prevention are key. It's something that we need to increase within the Forest Service, and that we're talking about how can we do that better. And we did see in the fall when we made the decision, unfortunately, to close all the national forests in the state because of the unique fire conditions that were going on, that the numbers during that time period significantly dropped in the number of human-caused fire starts. Now, that's obvious when you generally remove the public from the landscape, which is not something that we want. We want people to be able to interact with their public lands and enjoy them, and at the same time, do it responsibly. So prevention is going to be key, as well as some of the measures that Jessica and Helge spoke to. And that just goes hand in hand with this problem is not just a Forest Service problem, a CAL FIRE problem, or any one individual's problem. We need the public to be right there with us. And I think the more collaborative groups that we can have participating around defensible space, community protection planning, all of those things at a regional and local level are going to be key to moving forward with what we learned in the fall. And then I think about the restoration side of things. And, you know, I think we're on the right track. I think generally we do have to increase the pace and scale of restoration, which is what our stewardship agreement with the state committed to, and that we have to continue to move forward with. And at the same time, as Helge mentioned, reversing or changing a 2-year history with now 40 million people in the state, limited funding, limited resources, are things that we have to say, okay, if that's a reality, then what do we do in knowing that? And some of the questions that come to my mind is that even if we can increase the pace and scale of restoration, how long will it take? And until we get there, what do we do in the meantime? And I think I call it a bullseye that Jessica presented of protecting communities, protecting infrastructure, protecting recreationists like we saw people at risk in the fall is really probably the starting point in the short term so that we can get to that longer term goal of wildland urban interface and then the outlying landscapes as we try to move the needle. And as Helge mentioned, could take decades or more to get there. So we have to have short-term plans, medium-term plans, and long-term plans because it's not going to happen overnight, regardless of the number of people that we put into it or increase funding. It takes time to shift a system of that scale and magnitude. And the other thing too is, and I think it was a really good point from Jessica, is even if we have more funding and get more funding, at least on the federal agency side, is that all of the agencies and partners that are involved in working on this issue and working on this problem, we're utilizing a lot of the same resources. So when it comes to the workforce that it's going to take to treat more acres, the industry capacity to process more at the mill, all of those things have to be figured out. And if they can't, then we have to ask the question, then where do we focus our energy and our efforts if we only can go so far in terms of increasing the pace and scale of restoration. The other complexity that I think we're going to really have to tackle and struggle with is the fact that we now have a much longer fire season. You know, years ago, a fire season may have been 5 months or 6 months, and you would do a lot of your prescribed burning on the edges of that when the conditions were more appropriate for doing prescribed burning. Well, now in California, we're looking more at a 9-month season or a 10-month season. So the ability to conduct prescribed burning when we have wildfire conditions for a much longer period of time is going to be a challenge. And we're seeing that challenge right now in terms of the burn windows we have, creating limitations for the number of acres that we can treat. So I think we can't be afraid to ask hard questions about what we thought were the right strategies versus what they may need to be in the future based on the conditions we see with climate change, with more population around some of the areas where we're trying to do treatment. We have to not be afraid to bring people to the table and evaluate those questions and say, are we on the right track? And so those are some of the things that I think about as we try to continue to move forward. You know, and finally, you know, I just want to say that, you know, what Jessica presented, I think it is the right vision. And so we're really honored to be part of a team of state players, local players, and a lot of nonprofit groups, because that is the right vision. It's in the right direction. And I think if we stay on the path, as Helge mentioned, you can't look at a 3-year period and say, this isn't working. It takes much longer to work a strategy, see the outcomes of that strategy. So I think as we're doing that, increase public communications of what that strategy is, why we're moving in the direction that we are, and asking the public for patience as we work through that is really on the right track and where we need to go. That's all I have. Thank you.
Tony, thank you. Good insights. And we'll turn now to Bill Kaage of the National Park Service. The National Park Service preserves unimpaired the natural and cultural resources and values of the national park system for the enjoyment, education, and inspiration of this and future generations. William Kaage is representing the National Park Service today. He has been the NPS Chief of Fire and Aviation since 2014. Before taking on the Division Chief role, he was the NPS Branch Chief for Wildland Fire beginning in 2009. Bill's worked for the Park Service in California at both regional and park levels, serving as the Fire Management Officer for Sequoia-Kings Canyon National Park from 1996 to 2005. While in California, Bill was also Northern California Type 2 Incident Commander from 2005 to 2008, and also worked extensively with neighboring partner agencies while at Sequoia-Kings Canyon on both fuels management, fire preparedness, suppression planning, and operations. And I think he's got some very good perspectives to offer. And Bill, welcome to the workshop.
Thanks, Jerry. Glad to be here. I wanted to, first of all, thank Eric Torres and Landon Ballard, their behind the scenes IT support, making sure we got up and running this morning and can use the tools that we're using right now, like Zoom and Facebook for today's and tomorrow's event. Also wanted to give a shout out and a thanks to the George Wright Society and the board for your creativity and your vision put together the conference for 2021 and making it work during the time of the pandemic. Greatly appreciate it, and thanks for allowing me to be here and interaction with the group as we can, and really appreciate what I heard from the fellow panel members. And finally, a thanks to everybody who is attending through the 3 breakout groups. It's a little over 100 souls. I hope you're itching to dig into what the workshop's really focused on, that planning at the local level of the 3 groups. My comments will be brief. I know you want to get toward the meat of the conference over the next 2 days. I I'll try to be provocative and speak to you to get you thinking about things as you head in today's and tomorrow's session, where you're interacting with your partners in the planning groups. I think Jerry did a really good job at the onset of the conference talking about the fire problem. You know, over 4 million acres burned last year, thousands of structures lost, over 30 lives lost, impacts to families and friends and communities. And it's a significant problem. And California, in many ways, is at the forefront of that issue. And it's the nature of your fire environment, and the changing climatic conditions, changing land use patterns that exist on our landscapes, and what it means to both natural based as well as human-centric ecosystems. And it is a huge problem. What I want to talk about is a pivot towards opportunities that kind of come from that, and just a way to look at it a little bit differently as you embark on the next 2 days of interaction with your fellow attendees. So thanks for being here, and I'm glad to be back in California, so to speak, and look forward to the next 2 days. I want to start at the national level. My perspective, Park Service Fire and Aviation Division Chief, interaction with our partners at that level, and then come down to what you're going to be dealing with over the next 2 days and what you deal with right now at the, what I'll term the local or the regional level. Nationally, there is a will on the part of administrations to support our efforts within wildland fire management. And you know, in the last administration, they may have called it active management and a treatment of symptoms associated with changing environmental conditions. But that allowed us to, I think, really pivot and start thinking about the work that's in front of us in wildland fire management and fuels management specifically, even looking at it from an active management perspective. In new administration, yes, they're much more willing to use the phrase climate change and address, I think, those same issues, but through a little bit different lens, looking at it at climate change rather than just active management and fuels reduction work. And you see that playing out in the last administration with their executive order, where they created a wildland fire management sub-cabinet level group. I don't know if it's going to stick. I think it probably will, because there's a lot of good tenets in that executive order that I think leadership at the departmental level and across the administration can embrace and use as they seek to support what you're doing in the field going forward. I also see that through the Wildland Fire Leadership Council that was created a number of years ago, and their creation of that National Wildland Fire Cohesive Strategy that has stuck through a variety of administrations now. And the 3 tenets are equally as important now as they were when that document was created over a number of years. And speaking of safe and effective response, healthy and adaptive communities, and healthy and resilient ecosystems. And those 3 tenets is easily embraced now within the Wildland Fire Leadership Council as they were 10 years ago. And for those of you who don't know, Wildland Fire Leadership Council, think departmental, so agency bureau level leadership. So the Director of National Park Service, an example, with our city, county, state, tribal partners, as well as other groups like the Interagency or International Association of Fire Chiefs. What they have done, and we'll see what it means in the future. They've started to pivot themselves from a focus on safe and effective response to how do we support and advocate for healthy, adaptive communities who can live with fire, as well as healthy and resilient landscapes. So they are more and more talking about cross-boundary landscape level scales, and what do they need to do from a policy standpoint across the different entities to support what you're trying to do in the field. So they're pivoting towards thinking about landscape level treatment and moving from just fire response to enhancing ecosystems and enhancing communities. And you're seeing that already through memorandums of understanding. They are getting ready to sign the federal bureaus with EPA on smoke management with respect to both wildfire as well as prescribed fire. Not a done deal yet, but lots of dialogue on smoke management as something associated with fuels management in communities. At the budget side of the house, we worked really hard within Department of Interior to advocate to Congress for a plus up in our budgets for workforce transformation. So we actually put forward a $50 million request for funding to enhance our preparedness base allocation, as well as to enhance our fuels management allocation. Congress did oblige to the extent that they thought was doable. They were really concerned that too much money at one time, we wouldn't be able to act on it and hire the people that we want to hire. And I'm talking about when you look at year-round fire season, 365, 24/7, conversion of temporary seasonal employees to permanent employees, or subject to furlough employees to longer periods of work, if not full-time employees, and enhancement of number of full-time employees as well. So Congress agreed to, in the appropriation, they funded us a plus up in our base of 23 million and to share amongst the 4 Department of Interior bureaus. They only gave us 7 million in fuels out of a $28 million ask. And I think that's a reflection of they didn't want to give us too much at one time and thought we couldn't get the hiring done that we needed to get done to achieve that workforce transformation. In addition, within the department, we're in the process of reallocating the bureaus about 15.5 million for fuels management on top of that, the 22 million that I already talked about. So it's about a $37 million increase in funding for fuels management across the 4 bureaus and 7 million in preparedness. So we've been working on it at the national level with our regional counterparts on distribution of that allocation. And Congress is still would like to see an increase in preparedness, but they're pushing it off to 22. And so we'll see if that sticks. But I'm encouraged by the focus that not just the administrations, but Congress has put towards our conundrum in wildland fire management. I want to pivot a little bit now, and everybody's talked about collaboration and collaboration across boundaries with our partners, whether it's non-governmental organizations, local, state, and federal and tribal jurisdictions. I also want to talk about collaboration within bureaus and the need, as we focused on the wildland fire problem, the ease with which we can sometimes not consider others' perspectives within our organization. So as we embark on enhanced fuels management activities to address our fire problem, how do we re-engage or continue to engage with our natural resource partners, our cultural resource partners, where that's needed, in the people we need to work within our own organizations. It's just as important, I think, when things go bad, and things always do go bad, that you have the support, not just of your partners who understand where you're coming from a fire management perspective, but the support of your own agency and your fellow workers and how they can help you deal with adversity, and be there for that, as well as be there for thinking about how you're dealing with fire into the future. I'm going to pivot here a little bit more, even more, and I want to start honing down towards the local level and thinking about it from a risk management perspective at that local level. And think about it from, we've talked about collaboration and partnerships. I want you to think about reestablishing a healthy relationship with fire as part of that collaboration. I think we tend to think about our interactions as people with each other. And as we try to encourage healthy landscapes, healthy communities, and the flora and fauna that we work with and live in and around, but also think about that relationship with fire as an ecosystem function and the importance of fire to ecosystems. And like Helge said, where you can use it effectively, given the constraints of human population. So as you embark on a collaborative effort the next 2 days, think about that collaboration with fire as well as amongst yourself. I'm going to close with 3 thoughts, and I think Helge and Tony both hit on these. Give yourself free rein to look at all tools in the toolbox. And I know the National Park Service, with our Bent and Jerry, quoted our Organic Act, our enabling legislation as a bureau. What tools we thought would work and worked well for us 20, 30 years ago, do we need to think about new tools at this point in time in 2021, given the changing conditions that exist across the landscape and with our partners? So embrace all tools. Even if you decide not to use them, give yourself permission to look at everything and what might work to help with fuels management. So do that. I'd also encourage you to think in terms of an offensive strategy, rather than just a defensive strategy. Defensive strategy, I think, of fire response, fire suppression, that focus that the Wildland Fire Leadership Council has put forward. And as you're looking at that relationship with fire, how do you go on the counterattack? How do you go on the offensive? And look at things from a fuels treatment standpoint, not just being able to work with each other when there's unwanted fire or unplanned fire that comes about in your midst. And finally, the importance of collaboration, and collaboration across, again, partnerships and jurisdictional boundaries, but also partnerships within your own agency, your own entity. And how do you start looking as as fire as a natural resource process that interacts in that ecosystems that you manage, and where you can give it the allowance to do what it needs to do as you confront the conundrum that you face. And I will admit, in one closing thought, I'm going to bring it back up to our level. I would say that for all the hiring that we do and focus on collaboration, we hire collaborators, we evaluate ourselves and our peers and our subordinates on their ability to partner and collaborate. We don't necessarily have the tools in place, I think, across jurisdictional boundaries that reflect that collaboration. So when it comes time at the end of the year, everybody reports on targets at that individual bureau level. And we need to figure out how to pivot at our level that allows for recognition of the importance of collaboration. And an entity, a bureau, may need to start high on the hillside, and another bureau gets to count acres and gets to count outcomes at that level before it gets down to you at a lower level in the landscape. And we're you're managing lands and people are helping you, organizations are helping you, and the targets actually show up at that level. So we don't have that figured out. We started talking about it. I don't know where it's going to go, but how do you account for those outcomes at that collaborative scale that reflects the input of all participants in that effort? Those are my comments, Jerry. I look forward to the next 2 days. And again, thanks very, very much for being here and tackling the issues at hand and allow me to be part of the conference.
Bill, good comments. Thanks. I don't know if I have time during our questions to dive into that offensive versus defensive strategy, but I'm anxious to talk to you about that and more. Folks, we are running a little bit late, but with this talented group of folks, this capable group of folks here, I don't want to cut short, rob you of a chance to hear from them. So Eric, would you give me at least 10 or 12 more minutes with this? We'll make our break shorter, continue this for a bit, and use our panelists, and any of our panelists that need to go based on your own constraints, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I'm going to fire some questions at you based on some things that you brought up. Also, we would have loved to have an opportunity to engage people in our audience, have question and answers from the audience. We're just learning how to use this technology in the most effective way, and we chose to run with the live screen on Facebook. We'll figure out something for future events like this if it works well. So I've been making notes, and I've got my own set of questions to ask folks. We want to give all of these folks, Jessica, Helge, Tony, Bill, a chance to even react to each other, what they heard from the other. And I'll actually fire something at Jessica. Jessica, I'll let you actually, while I'm looking up my first question for you, do you have any reaction to what you heard from other folks here? Anything you'd like to share?
Well, thank you so much, Jerry. I think it really demonstrates the cohesion and the collective vision we have for fire resilience and a joint commitment to tackling this strategy. The Forest Service owns 57% of California's forest lands. The state owns about 3%. Most of it is privately held. Our federally owned is about 57%. So that's the Forest Service and our national park partners. And so it is really crucial to ensure that we have a collective vision and a cohesive strategy. And I hope that today, when you're listening, you really heard that there is a consistency and a consensus around this. And one of the things I really want to emphasize is that all of us have strong consensus that our strategies need to be based on science. And one of the highlights for me of the shared stewardship agreement that we signed with the U.S. Forest Service in August is that it commits us and grounds us to doing fire resilience on a foundation of science to ensure that we don't make mistakes of trying to fit the ecology into the politics of the day, but are actually truly making an investment that's going to have impacts that are going to actually restore and create safety and sustainable ecology for generations to come. So really, it's a collective vision, a collective action. I think we're all on the same page, and we're grounded on science, which is a safe place to be.
Mm-hmm. Very good. A note that I would make about your peer panelists here. My own experiences. Years before I worked in California, I was one of these fellows. I was a fire behavior analyst that would be sent around the country to large fires. And when I came into California, in those days, back in the 80s, like 70s, 80s, what have you, there was such a difference in culture between CAL FIRE, Forest Service, and Park Service. And today, as we were planning this conference, as I was talking to folks, I saw a real change there. I saw a humility that had been brought on by the past few years of fire, I guess, where all those agencies saw that they needed each other. I didn't remember seeing back in the 80s. They worked together on suppression, but other activities they didn't. You have you've given a number of targets in your presentation. Treated acres. I didn't have time to study them as much as I would have wanted to, but I look forward to doing that. You also look like you are proposing funding for a number of these regional fire and forest capacity capabilities. Is that new staffing separate from suppression staffing? Is that staffing that will be zeroed in on things like prescribed burning and the other treatments? And that's a rambling question there, but
Yeah, thanks, Jerry. So the Regional Forest and Fire Capacity Program is all prevention. Actually, everything I've listed out in that $1 billion is all prevention funding. So this is in addition to our fire suppression investments. And so that program is actually, it is grant dollars to regional collaboratives, such as the North Coast Regional Partnership, or there's Inland Empire and Sierra Nevada Conservancy. So it creates these regional collaboratives, because what we recognize is that a wildfire does not pause at a jurisdictional and ownership boundary. And so if the wildfires are not going to recognize ownerships, then we need to behave in a way that is creating collective action across ownerships. And so these regional collaboratives are really essential to steering in the grant dollars that we have throughout this budget. Of that budget, $644 million are grant dollars through different programs: forest health, fire resilience, workforce development. So these are funds that are really available as grant dollars, and we want to ensure that those grant dollars have a collective impact. And so giving dollars to regions to design their regional fire prevention, and again, I want to be really nuanced. It is catastrophic fire prevention. We do want to restore fire on the landscape. But what we're really investing in is ensuring that we have regional cohesive strategies that are adapted by that region, that the regions have tools and resources to be able to make sophisticated plans that are based on data analytics, science, and that they bring all of the landowner types to the table and all of the stakeholders to the table to make those decisions. And then it helps us steer our grant dollars into more of a regional block, so that regions can then get their project pipelines start to finish with this funding.
Yeah, very good. I thought it interesting, the comments you made about supporting, creating access to capital to help the business sector, probably most at the community level. That's,
yes,
I can see the need for that.
Yeah, the Climate Catalyst Fund is really, we hope, is going to be a game changer in this sector. One of the challenges we had is that when the rural banks disappeared, funding and resources for traditional forestry and more of this innovation around woody biomass technology don't have an easy funding source. Commercial banks are not well prepared to be able to analyze and handle sort of some of the risk and unpredictability that's around feedstock supply. And so to be able to encourage businesses to start up, not only are we trying to direct funding more towards regions so that there is a level of predictability in what is going to happen in the projects and activities that are going to be done, but that then we can get more capital equipment on the ground to do this work. Because people who are wanting to get a micro mill to be able to put on the back of their pickup truck and saw some of this smaller diameter wood coming off of these projects, that they're facing some 10% interest rates. And I've even heard examples from the Sierra Business Council that people are facing 40% interest rates, which is basically a bank saying no. And so this sector has been pushed out of access to easy capital. And so we want to be able to reduce the risk because we can't necessarily reduce all of the uncertainty in these activities, but we can reduce the risk, making it easier for people to enter the market and expand both the workforce and the equipment that we have available to do this work.
Yeah, thank you. Bill Kaage, a question for you on Dollar's comment that you made, that it looked like there you identified like 23 to 50 million, a share of 7 million for fuels. And one of the things that I keep hearing from people on the ground is that if they are planning their treatment projects to be using their same staff that's doing suppression work, and they come back from a long tiring season and you're expecting to throw them in the field doing treatments, one, finding the time to do that when this fire season is growing so long, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Something you said there made me wonder if you were looking at that, if you folks in Interior were looking at proposing staffing dedicated to these kinds of actions. And I think I heard the same thing from Jessica, but Bill, did I understand you right? Are you looking at creating a workforce that can continue this work all through the year or whenever it's best to do it, what have you, so that this is something that is a priority without making it a second tier of priority to your suppression staff?
Yeah, that's a good question, Jerry. And to clarify, we asked for 50 million, 22 million in fuels, 28 million in preparedness. They actually gave us 23 million in fuels. So they gave us more than we asked for, and 7 million in preparedness, thinking that if they gave us too much at once, we wouldn't be able to do the hiring. Then internally within DOI, we're reallocating, the process of reallocating another 14.5 million towards fuels. It ends up being in 21 about a plus up 37 million or so for fuels management. So the idea is that's a fuels management focused workforce. Doesn't mean they don't help with suppression. You need to help, but it's more seasonals, but also more permanent employees that can work on a long-term basis, either for longer fire seasons or year-round, to enhance our capability for fuels treatment. And we're trying to tie in with what Jessica was talking about, the last 14.5 million that hasn't been distributed yet. We're really thinking about not just hiring people within our bureaus, but setting aside dollars for contracts, what have you. That ties in, I think, with some of the things Jessica said about enhancing the capability of businesses to help support us with mechanical fuels reduction, what have you. But the focus is on fuels, knowing that there's still another, 21 million or so in preparedness that we could be coming our way in 22 that would help us with suppression through those preparedness workforce. I hope I answered the question.
Yeah, you did, and I sensed an optimism from you that if y'all prove you can do that, you can grow that some. Congress had an interest in doing that if you could prove that you use that well, and
they actually even gave us additional dollars, just shy of $1 million for veteran fire crews, and dollars for women fire crews, and so they've even looked at other ways. Congress has, and through other funding sources, through operations, National Park Service funds for fuels treatment. And we even have fuels treatment funding through ONPS, through operations, National Park Service funds. So the other side of the house, what you think of as resource management support, they are stepping in the game, trying to look for creative ways to help us as well with fire management.
Okay. Thank you, Bill.
Hey, Jerry.
Hey, Tony. Yeah, you're ahead of me. Go ahead, Tony. I was going to ask you if similar things are happening in the Forest Service.
Yeah, I was going to mention two things. So, you know, at least within our current budget capacity and what we did recently over the past year is we're still trying to, I think, kind of like Park Service, have additional funding come in. But in the meantime, one of the moves that we made is about annually, we were hiring anywhere from 1,700 to 2,000 seasonal employees every year. Well, those employees can only work a certain number of hours. And with the length of fire season, by the time we got to prescribed burning, we were losing a lot of that workforce. So in the past year, we've converted about 300 to 400 of those positions from temporary employees to permanent seasonal employees or permanent employees, where we can extend their tour of duty or their working year round so that we can use them interchangeably between suppression as well as the prescribed fire part of our work. So that was one step that we took in the past year within the region to see if we could expand our capability. And the other thing too, I think the question we have to think about is, how do we take some of the approaches that we take to suppression and apply those on the restoration side? When I think about when we have wildfires, we deploy firefighters from all over the country through the interagency system and dispatch them to support a wildfire. Well, when we're getting windows to do prescribed burning, could we not look at federal resources in other states and activating them in the same way that we would through suppression and bring them into the state to help with prescribed burning? So I think there's things that we can do to look at how we do things in the suppression side of our business and say, could we apply some of the same thinking when it comes to the restoration side of our business? So as we're continuing to communicate with Congress on the needs of additional funding and resources, there are some things in-house that I think we need to explore that aren't part of our traditional business models.
Thank you, Tony. Yeah. Helge, similar discussions within CAL FIRE. I'm sure, I know you're
Absolutely.
part of a different part of it, but you probably want access to people to help you carry out your projects, and I'll shut up and let you speak to that.
No, it's I think an emerging theme here is money, and whether it's National Park Service, Forest Service, or CAL FIRE, or the state, this problem is being taken seriously, and that's a good thing. I think the challenge for us is, how do we maximize and leverage the funding intelligently? And I think both Bill and Tony touched on taking advantage of the limited prescribed fire season, fuel reduction season, through expanding our staff within our agencies. CAL FIRE, we have for the last couple of years 10 prescribed fire crews, permanent employees, entry level, but their dedicated job description is prescribed fire. When called upon, they will do initial attack for wildfire, but not extended attack. So they go back to prescribed fire or other fuels work. I think contractors have a place, obviously, in order to get to where we need to be. We need to move that frontier of workforce availability, our own staff, and private contractors. The private sector, I think, is going to continue to be essential. I think there is a lot we can do without money, and collaboration has also been a recurring theme here. I know that Yosemite National Park has done a lot of innovative work on prescribed fire and continue to do so. We have a MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, between the Forest Service, ourselves, CAL FIRE, private landowners, utilities, to pool our data, so to speak. So all of our fuel breaks, all of our prescribed fires go on a map that we share. That makes a big difference in planning our next fuel break if we can see on the map that the Forest Service has something over here, and there's something to the east of that on Yosemite National Park. Makes perfect sense for us to fill in the gap and put in a fuel break in the middle. So that kind of invaluable information was actually created at zero cost. It's an organic effort that somebody started, I think maybe the Forest Service. So a lot of things like that need to be done. And so I think we need both funding and we need a commitment. And I think those are two themes that will probably continue to be discussed over the next day or so.
Yeah. Well, while I've got you on the screen here, how about a science question between a pair of science geeks, you and I? You mentioned number of trees to remove and wrestling with what's overly dense and what's have you. And of course, when I was at Yosemite, we wrestled with that. Our planning has a range of variability for what our targets are. And I know it would be a different target for what you would be doing or private landowners would be doing. But the question is, do private landowners come to you and ask for advice on those sorts of things? Or is it something that they would be receptive to?
I think so, absolutely. And I divide private landowners into a couple of categories in my mind. The large industrials and the non-industrial small private family landowners. Large industrial companies typically have the depth of resources to both financially and otherwise to do the research, and in a lot of areas we can actually learn from them. I mentioned the reforestation manual that's just been published by University of California Extension. That's a great example. I think the holy grail for us in CAL FIRE is to reach the non-industrial small landowners that are often absentee landowners. They may own 160 acres. There's a lot of them. As you saw, they own a lot of acreage together, but they're not well organized, and they typically or often do not have the resources or training to manage their property optimally. And so that's where we are focusing a lot of effort, is in that kind of forestry assistance arena of reaching out. We have a grant to the American Forest Foundation right now. They have a very interesting piece of software called My Sierra Woods, and you can Google it and check it out, where private landowners can basically zoom in on Google Maps or whatever on their property, get a lot of public data, including FIA inventory data describing what's on their property. And more importantly, they can request help from a professional forester, and typically a free initial consultation, and the grant pays for that. And I think that kind of thing is really important in getting started and reaching that audience. So I know I'm preaching to the choir, but that particular audience is probably the toughest nut to crack, and what we really would like to achieve in the short term, at least.
I'd written down a number of questions to ask you on insurance, and you ended up wading into details of some of that. I think it's a complicated subject. Maybe something we'll have to spend more time on in a lot of detail on another day. But smoke, you mentioned smoke, so did a couple of other folks. The public perspective on burns versus large wildfire. Did they see the difference? Did they work with you on your burns, or do they lump them all together? Are they, do you see us? I'll stop. I'm sure you understand where I'm going with that.
Absolutely. It's a great question, and I'd like to invite the other three to weigh in as well, but I'll keep it short. I think so. I think people get it, and they can tell the difference between that all-consuming orange cloud that comes from a wildfire, as opposed to the more moderate smoke impact from a prescribed fire. So I'm pretty optimistic. We do have a lot of homework to do in education and achieving that social license, but I think we're well on our way.
Okay, thank you.
What do you think, Jessica?
Yeah, I agree with Helge. And the science on this is really clear. Stanford has been doing some really great work around prescribed fire and smoke, and modeling and demonstrating sort of the just a huge difference between a wildfire versus a prescribed fire in terms of smoke emissions. And the California Air Resources Control Board has also been doing a great job tracking that, and then also getting those resources to local air resources boards so that we can get longer burn windows for prescribed fires, because they are so beneficial and the health impacts are minimal. Whereas catastrophic fires, again, back to this group at Stanford, has been doing really good work in sort of demonstrating and modeling and helping us predict better the real serious health impacts of catastrophic fires, because there's so much more emissions from them, and the emission is black carbon. It's PM 2.5, and that has been very closely tied to increases in chronic asthma in children, increases in smoke and heart attack, and early on in COVID, there was a study that was showing sort of a correlation between increases in rates of COVID and PM 2.5. British Columbia used that, and a study of a community that was exposed in Montana to wildfire smoke for several months, linked that to an increase in influenza. And so British Columbia used those studies to be able to link increases in and higher risks around COVID and exposure to wildfire smoke as well. I think the science on that is a little bit nascent, but I think as public policy, it's really crucial for us to be able to understand and recognize the difference in health risks from prolonged exposure to catastrophic fire smoke, and just the intensity of the particulates in that, versus the prescribed fire, really minimal impacts. And because they're predictive and you know where they're going to be, because they are planned, you can alert communities to put on air filters, to close their windows. You can work with the communities to ensure that even the prescribed fire smoke doesn't get in, versus catastrophic fire smoke.
And guess what? We just recorded you saying that. That was a that was a very good short course in the issue. Tony, anything you'd add to that?
No, I agree. I think people do understand and see the difference. I think, like anything, when we are talking about longer fire seasons and having active wildfires at the same time of prescribed fires, we have to not underestimate the need for communication, because when it comes to prescribed fire, one escape is risky for us publicly, and we got to make sure that people understand why are they seeing a wildfire, and at the same time, we're putting matches on the ground. And so I think our communications around that, connections with communities, and where we've had partners engaged in our burning efforts, it's not just the voice of an agency who's talking about why we need to do it, but we can also have our partners and others standing beside us as we're going through that. So I think we just need to increase our game around communications when we're doing more of that.
Thank you. Bill, I'm going to let you have the last word. You can comment on that, or if there's anything I should have asked you.
Well, the only thing I was thinking, listen to everybody, I agree with everybody said about smoke management. And what I've heard is recognition and desire not just to look at the health impacts of smoke upon our publics, but also on the wildland firefighter. So as you differentiate between, suppression and wildfire, fire, looking at that as well to account for what it might mean for our workforce. That's the only thing I would add.
Very good. Folks, thank you both for your presentations and sticking around for a few minutes to let me chat with you. There are many more questions I wish we'd had time to ask. Maybe we can catch up on some of those tomorrow. But I'm going to wrap this up, and this concludes our opening plenary for Fire Management 24/7 365. Thanks to all of our speakers this morning for sharing your thoughts. Several of you will be back tomorrow afternoon for the closing plenary, and we hope that those of you watching the live stream will be able to join us then too. That session will hear reports from the working sessions, reactions from our agency representatives. The workshop will be capped off by a closing keynote talk from Dr. Scott Stevens, Professor of Fire Science at UC Berkeley. The closing plenary begins at 2 p.m. Pacific time tomorrow, runs until 4 p.m. To view the live stream, go to the George Wright Society Facebook page again. For those of you participating in the working sessions, we will now take a break. I apologize for cutting into your break, but that will be until 11 a.m. this morning, at which time all 3 hub sessions will begin. Use the working sessions link, login link that you were provided, probably in an email from Dave Harmon. Once logged in, join the breakout room for the working session you are participating in. The co-chairs of your session will get things underway promptly at 11 a.m. Thank you all for joining us today. The live stream will now be closed out. See you tomorrow. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the closing plenary of the Fire Management 24/7 365 workshop. I'm Jerry Mitchell, chair of the workshop steering committee, and I'll be moderating the closing plenary. Yesterday, we opened the workshop with a reminder of our purpose: to increase the cooperative use of prescribed fire and other fuels treatments in California's mixed conifer forest ecosystems. To move us toward that goal, in the opening plenary session, we heard a presentation on the background and need for the workshop, written by Tom Nichols, who had had a long and productive career in wildland fire management, much of it focused on California. Sharon Farrell of the Golden Gate National Parks Conservancy shared her insights into what needs to happen in order for successful cross-organizational collaboration in landscape scale conservation management can occur. We then had a rich panel discussion featuring 4 agency leaders reflecting on how the 2020 fire season in California is changing their organization's approach to mitigating catastrophic wildland fire. 3 of those panelists, Helge Eng of CAL FIRE, Tony Scardina of the U.S. Forest Service, and Bill Kaage of the National Park Service, are back with us this afternoon. And we may have Jessica Morse. I know Dave wanted to extend an invitation to her. Her calendar may have been full. We'll see. The workshop shifted to well, let me finish by saying those folks will be back with this afternoon, and we look forward to hearing from them. The workshop, after yesterday's presentation, shifted to 3 hubs of working sessions, each charged with developing an on-the-ground cooperative project that will result in more prescribed fire and associated fuels treatments. Each of these hubs has met for more than 7 hours, yesterday and today, to develop their projects. In the first part of the closing plenary session, we will hear reports from each of those hubs, followed by commentary from the 3 agency reps, and then a moderated discussion. The workshop will close with an address by Professor Scott Stevens of UC Berkeley, one of the state's leading thinkers on strategic wildfire management. With that, let's hear from the hubs. We've asked the co-chairs to report back to us on the progress they made, the obstacles, the challenges that remain, and how they plan to take the next steps on their project. The first report will be from Stanislaus National Forest and Yosemite National Park Hub, titled Enhancing the Giants, co-chaired by Beck Johnson and Jim Jeanette from Stanislaus and Dan Buckley from Yosemite. Folks, may I turn it over to you?
Hello, everyone. My name's Beck, and I'm from the Stanislaus National Forest. I am part of the Stanislaus National Forest Yosemite Working Hub, The Enhancing the Giants is our title. Let me go back. The Stanislaus National Forest and Yosemite National Park has had a long history of working together. So we already had the foundation for collaboration. In the past, we've worked on prescribed burns together. We've covered each other's land bases. We've completed training together. And also we currently share an engine at Hodgson Meadows, interagency engines. So with the workshop and with our hub, the initiation of our hub, we started to look at projects that we had, and one in particular called the North Merced Prescribed Burn. This prescribed burn is located in the footprint of the 2018 Ferguson fire. Initially, we began our hub with gaining our situational awareness of the area, of our values, including fisher habitat, including rare plants, including the Merced Grove for protection. We also looked at keeping the area in a state that would reduce the likelihood of a large catastrophic fire occurring in that area. So as we gained our situational awareness, we also realized we needed to get more fire on the ground and how we went about doing that. Now on the Stanislaus side, it mainly consisted of prescribed burning. But on the Yosemite side, it included other types of fuels treatment to reduce the fuel loading. And then we started looking at challenges for each side of our group. And some of those challenges included staffing, longer fire seasons, prioritization, timing and distractions, complexity, funding, and compliance. So as we discussed these options, we also came up with solutions or where we wanted to go in the future. One of the things that we did decide is that as in any situation with fire, the more that we put down on the ground now, the less catastrophic fire we have in the future. So with that, I'd like to pass it on to Jim Janae.
Yeah, thanks, Beck. And before I go on, I just want to thank the George Wright Society for sticking to this program. You know, a couple of years ago, we started talking about this, and with COVID, we kind of got shut down. But I appreciate you guys sticking with the topics we presented a few years ago. Now, moving on from what Beck said, you know, we identified 6 tasks that we need to work on to move to our next steps. And, you know, it's just coincidence that the Stanislaus is planning a prescribed fire below the Grove at the same time that the park was looking at putting a vegetation project in the Grove. And it's been perfect timing for us. And this event has brought us together on our 2 projects. So it's perfect timing for us. So I identified 6 tasks that we need to work on here in the next half a year to move this program forward. First would be to update our agreements. The Forest Service and the Park Service has an agreement in place in the region that expires at the end of this fiscal year, allows us to share personnel through funding opportunities. So we're going to make sure that that is extended beyond this year so we can continue to use that. 2, on our project, we have already just about completed our burn plan, and the park has yet to initiate theirs. So we're going to get those burn plans in sync. So we're looking at meeting the same objectives and not hindering each other as we try and put fire on that landscape and cross that boundary. 3 would be the treatment options. Again, Beck talked about ours. Ours is mostly just prescribed fire, yet the park has to do some vegetation treatments in that grove before it's gonna be tolerable to put fire on the ground. So we'll look at you know, helping each other out on vegetation treatments and treatment options as we prep that landscape to reintroduce fire to some of that high fuel loading in some of that landscape. Fourth would be a communication strategy, and we each have our own communication strategies, but we got to make sure that we're on the same page as we deliver this message to our counties and local governments, to our public and stakeholders, to our Air Resource Board, and then also as we pass up our information to our leaders above us, Jason, Keiklin, and Cicely, keep them informed of what the project's doing and how we're moving forward on our collaboration. Fifth was to set up a data sharing folder so that both agencies has access to this information, and through the opinion system, we can do that. So it'll be much more efficient for us to have access to each other's data as we're working through this program. And last would be to regularly schedule these collaborative meetings for our group every 6 to 8 weeks. So we continue to talk and move forward with this program, as it's very important for both of us to get this fire back on this landscape. I'm going to pass it on to Dan.
Well, thank you, Jim and Beck. It's a great setup for what I have to say. You know, all good things start with good relationships. And the last 7.5 hours, the Stanislaus and Yosemite staffs have been able to spend together, not just the fire folks, but the resource management folks. Sharing information, insights has been truly helpful for all of us. You know, it's been a journey of discovery, discovery of what things we have in common and where we're headed and what we're thinking, as well as a rediscovery of what we've got done in the past. And, you know, it's always been, as Beck said, on an informal basis. And now I think this workshop has kind of set us up to more formalize our relationships. We've got a renewed commitment to collaborate and share information. Jim talked about, you know, setting up a common file that we can share that info. And I think that'll go a long way, not only for the fire folks, but for the resource management folks. I have to say, during the workshop, there was marvel displayed on both sides. Marvel on how much the Stanislaus already has planned for underneath the Merced Grove and on our southern boundary. And then marvel by the Stanislaus folks on how much mechanical work Yosemite has gotten done and is planning near and around the Merced Grove of giant sequoias. We also reiterated to our staffs, our operational level staffs, those folks that actually carry out the planning and burning and compliance, that they should feel empowered to talk with their peers on the forest side and the park side. And you know, we don't want to stand in the way of good communication, good collaboration at the level where the work actually gets done. Beck talked about all the giants. We not only have the giant sequoia trees, but many things that the Yosemite, greater Yosemite area, a lot of local economies depend on us to be open and available to tourists. And that we've seen that really exacerbated in the last few years with park closures from the Ferguson fire in 2018, the Rim fire in 2013. And then we just know that we need to strive to treat the fuels, not only to benefit the resources, but also to benefit the local economies. Finally, you know, this workshop has been great. It's a catalyst to propel us forward. Like Jim said, we plan to meet every 6 to 8 weeks, talking, you know, sharing information, not only on the Merced Grove, North Merced plans, but also future plans in the future along our common shared boundary. So thank you, George Wright Society, and thank you, Stanislaus Forest, and thank you to the Yosemite staff who all participated in our hub. Thanks, Jerry.
Thank you, Dan and Jim and Beck. So if you had the weather kind of conditions you wanted and everything kind of comes together as and those projects leading up to the larger project, when do you think you'll be able to see this one done and move on to others? Is that a fair question, Dan?
Yeah, Jerry, you know, the Stanislaus is a lot further ahead in their planning than Yosemite is. Although we plan to do mechanical treatments in the grove, we've done a lot of work in there already. We plan to continue that. The Stanislaus be ready to burn this spring, right up near our boundary. So we're looking forward to helping them out with that, sharing some of our staff to help them out. So we did talk about a plan and a sequencing and timing, but you know, we are a couple years out from getting the whole project done. I'd say, Jim, Beck, if you want to chime in.
Yeah, and just to capitalize on what Dan was saying, so after the Ferguson fire, we decided that we wanted to utilize some of the dozer lines that were put into place to control the Ferguson fire, to put fire back on the landscape. It only makes sense once that landscape's been burned by wildfire that it's set back to zero, and we take advantage of that. So, you know, it's just a coincidence that we had the Ferguson fire, and it gave us an opportunity to move forward with this, but we're certainly going to capitalize on it. And that's what put us a little ahead of the park, but it's, we need to burn our part before they can do their part and set it up for future success.
So I don't know if we've mentioned it already, but the forest has about 12,000 acres on our side of prescribed burning. So once we initiate, then we keep moving forward.
Good. Thanks, guys, for letting me put y'all on the spot. I appreciate it, and that's a good sized project. Good. Thank you. Our next report is from Sequoia National Forest and Sequoia-Kings Canyon National Park. Their hub titled Big Stump to Redwood and Beyond, co-chaired by Angel Prieto of Sequoia National Forest and Christy Brigham of Sequoia-Kings Canyon National Parks. Folks, can I turn it over to you?
Thank you, Jerry.
Hi, Angel.
Again, a big thank you to the George Wright Society for putting this together. It's really humbling to be able to work with so many great people the last couple of days. So our group was Big Stump to Redwood and Beyond. A fitting title since we are already doing a lot of collaboration with the park there in the Big Stump area. Our first day, we got orientated using landscape maps to look at different spatial layers depicting different fire history, fuels, you know, special species, giant sequoia groves, you know, where we're at with tree mortality, the different jurisdictional boundaries, and other mutual interests there. One of the good things that came from that was the data limitations were brought up. And so that's something that we can continue to discuss. Both agencies got a chance to share their 5-year project plans and see where our boundaries intersect. And that led to us coming up with a couple areas of interest based on high value assets, the vulnerability, project work that's already going on in past fire history. One of the specific projects we talked about was the North Fork, where it comes into Stony Creek and Lost Grove. The park is already planning to do some good work there in the Lost Groves, and that'll give the forest a chance to pivot off of their work. Other big picture opportunities were also identified using pods, potential operational delineations, and wildfire risk management zones to help us identify more opportunities to use resource benefit. Something that here in the Southern Sierra we're continuously using. And then finally, we discussed a really good topic that today was discussing the specific key resources we have. You know, the Fisher, the giant sequoias, what we know, what we don't, scheduled work underway, and then how to think about management through the lens of these species. That was really important for us. And I'll pass it over to Christy.
Hi, Christy.
Thanks, Angel, and thanks Jerry and all of our hub participants and the George Wright Society. I'm going to cover quickly impediments and solutions, and you'll hear a lot of overlap, not surprisingly, between us and the Yosemite Hub. So I'm going to do it at different scales. So first, at the local scale, as Angel mentioned, we identified knowledge gaps and data gaps as an impediment to project planning and execution. The tree mortality episode and mega fires have really changed conditions on the ground in the Southern Sierra. Possible solutions that we're talking about is continuing to work together to share data and to standardize monitoring methods. A second issue on a local level related to changing conditions is the need to monitor and adapt for all of our treatments. And that gets to Bill Kaage's mentioning of using all the tools in the toolbox and even thinking about some new tools. So we talked about some opportunities there in terms of how we burn and how we treat and how to monitor and adapt and monitor those together. At the state level, we talked about one of the struggles and impediment for the Southern Sierra in particular is access to state funds to expand work can be difficult due to lack of proximity to key communities, to local communities, and potentially trying to address that through a regional prioritization process and clearly linking our region to key values of the state, including carbon storage, water storage, and wildlife habitat. A second state level impediment, compliance, you heard this already, is very difficult across USDA, DOI, state and private. One potential tool that has been very helpful that we hope continues is SB 901, the exemption for CEQA compliance if you've already done NEPA. That can be very helpful to us. We also talked about trying to do joint planning and compliance for some projects. And then finally, at the state level, one area that's a limitation for us is biomass, what to do with our biomass. And Jessica mentioned this in the opening. So there's potential maybe to work with the state efforts to identify opportunities to deal with biomass. And finally, on the federal level, you heard this from Yosemite Stanislaus, also workforce. So I've got two issues on workforce. First, workforce flexibility and capacity, and working on interagency agreements, IDIQs to move funds and be flexible and supportive. The second workforce issue is streamlining hiring, creating a staffing pipeline, looking at staff size, retention, and skill sets with some solutions, maybe looking at possibilities like Public Land Corps Authority, working with state and federal and nonprofit hiring and training and trying to link those up. And finally, at the federal level, we also identified compliance as a not a bad thing, but it's slowing down our ability to increase pace and scale and do interagency work. And we're continuing to look for opportunities to do shared planning and unified, or at least consult in the same way. And we would, of course, be interested in potential CEs and other ways to fast track this important work. And I'm going to hand it off to Sarah Campy from the state for the Sierra Nevada Conservancy, who is our third co-chair, to talk about next steps.
Yeah, thanks everyone. So some of these were alluded to in Angel and Christie's presentation, but I'll highlight them more specifically. Angel mentioned that right now there is quite a bit of interagency work happening in the Big Stump, or also called the Grant Grove Hume Lake area, where the two jurisdictions meet. We want to continue that work and expand upon it. Some additional higher priority groves were identified in that area. And then the forest is going to begin a rough fire restoration work. And there's a lot of opportunity to learn from their work there for both agencies. And also the other area of interest is in the Castle Fire footprint. The forest is beginning a restoration effort Again, all eyes are on that work and what we can learn from that, especially around fisher habitat use and this post-fire restoration. And then actually getting in and doing some re-entry where in recent fire footprints, not just the Castle Fire, but the Pier Fire and the Cedar Fire, and improving, re-entering where there was no or low severity burns to actually improve habitat quality there. Another specific next step to continue this interagency work is to partner with the Conservation Biology Institute on some of their decision support tools and models that the agencies and stakeholders can collaboratively develop in a very transparent process that can help us all reconcile multiple objectives. Some of these, at least on the surface, appear to be competing. For example, forest resilience values often seem to compete with habitat quality for special status species like fisher, spotted owl, but CBI is really working hard on tools to help us reconcile those objectives. And so that will be a way that these two agencies and also with other stakeholders and partners can continue to come together and share data and think about ways that we can continue to meet, like I said, multiple objectives for each agency. Another existing interagency plus stakeholder effort, which is spearheaded by Save the Redwoods League, is the Giant Sequoia Work Group. That's something that we're all paying attention to. That both the information sharing forum that provides to help us with our adaptive management and learning, but also there's an effort within that group to develop some sort of grove prioritization tool, not one that would dictate which groves get treated first, but ones that agencies could work within this larger umbrella of grove prioritization to help them better set their own priorities within individual units. And then Angel, finally, Angel mentioned the pods data. I think that's something that there was a lot of excitement about on our call. One of the cool things about the Southern Sierra as you get further south is our large stretch of contiguous wilderness where there are a lot of opportunities to manage wildfire for resource benefits. So there's a lot of interest in doing a deep dive into the potential operational delineations, the pods data, along with the wildfire management zones that were developed in conjunction with the forest plan revision for the National Forest, and start to look at where we have opportunities to manage wildfire under the right conditions, or even areas where pod lines could potentially be enhanced or hardened to create these catcher's mitts where fire managers feel more comfortable allowing wildfires to burn. So I think that that's something that we're all going to continue to explore together. And I think that's it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Sarah, I apologize. I had written your name down on a piece of paper and I was not looking at that paper when I introduced your pod. So Sarah, what's the name of your organization again?
They looped me in at the last minute.
I was told that. Give everyone the name of your organization.
Yeah, I work for the Sierra Nevada Conservancy. We're a state agency.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And now for the three of you, let me put you on the spot like I did the folks from Yosemite and Stanislaus. Project size, any clues there for us, or any ideas on when this project that you might have zeroed in on might work start, something conclude, ready to move on to the next one? Angel, Christy, Sarah? Go ahead, Sarah.
I probably
don't you hate me for asking questions like
better.
that?
Well, there was a recognition that, again, we have these, we did compare the 5-year plans. And so there was a recognition that we do want to continue with the work that has already been identified, and that there has been a lot of good compliance work going. We can continue to further our coordination around that, try to get funding for it, and look at ways to share resources around that existing program of work. I think that we're all excited about working with Conservation Biology Institute, and as new data comes in, especially around fisher habitat and giant Sequoia Grove prioritization, to help us think about that future program of work, especially in the spirit of looking across these jurisdictional boundaries and determining sort of on this larger landscape where there is an overlap in terms of our mutual objectives and where projects can be located to make everyone happy. I'm Christy or Angel may have something to add.
I'll just chime in quickly. Like Sarah said, so we already, and Angel mentioned, in the Grant Grove Peninsula, we already have on the ground projects together that happened last year and will happen again this year and the coming year. Mechanical hand thinning on our property and some thinning and burning on the forest. It's a cheat to count those, but I'm counting them.
That's fine. How big? That's fine.
In the new stuff, we talked a lot. Those projects are moving forward. So we talked about if somebody gave me $1 million, what would we do? And there's some cool big projects in there that would cost a lot less. One that we talked about around Mitchell Peak and Marvin Pass, there's several pods that are together there that if we could harden, we would be able to let wildfire burn 15,000 acres. So if we can get the money and the staffing to pour in, the world's our oyster.
Angel, anything to add to that?
Not very well said by both of them. I think for me, if I had my way, we'd complete the Big Stump project. That's a little over 3,000 just on the Forest Service side, and then a lot of opportunity there on the park side.
How much on the park side, Christy?
I have no idea. I always rely on Andrew for all those answers.
Thank you.
I don't know if Sarah knows from the SNC grant, but we might have to punt on that one.
Okay. Thanks, folks. Our final report from a hub is from the hub titled Saving Conifer Forests of Southern California through Project Collaboration and Development. That hub is co-chaired by Lynn Nilsson of CAL FIRE, Randy Strickland of U.S. Forest Service, and Terry Thomas, Vice President of the George Wright Society. Lynn, start with you.
All right. Well, Randy's going to share his screen. We have a PowerPoint. So Randy's going to control the screen a little bit, but the Southern California Hub, let me move a little icon so then I can see the PowerPoint myself, was titled Saving Conifer Forests of Southern California through Project Collaboration and Development. And this was really two projects that we highlighted down there in Southern California. One is the Palomar project, and the other one is the San Bernardino Santa Ana project partnership project. Both of them are at different scales or different locations within their project development. The San Diego Palomar project is much further along. They've received a lot of other support, and they were actually the guiding project that the Santa Ana project partnership will be using as a kind of a mentor for their continued progress with projects. And the Santa Ana project is really quite large. Both projects are quite large, and so they have some similarities, but they're at different stages of the process. And then I'm going to turn it over to Randy for the next couple of slides to talk about some details of each project. Go ahead, Randy. Can't hear you yet, Randy.
How about now?
Yep.
Okay, so the San Diego project is in the on the Palomar Mountain in that area, and it's got several partners. And when we first, this hub actually got kind of a late start, and so we fished around Southern California for some projects, and we really liked this one because it was really a broad collaborative effort, and it was fairly far along. In fact, I think some things were already been implemented. They already had $5 million grant from CAL FIRE for a CCI Forest Health grant. They had a lot of partners. They had the Caltech Observatory, the La Jolla tribe, the Palma tribe, NRCS, and the ranchers involved with NRCS helping them out, the Greater San Diego Resource Conservation District, CAL FIRE, and the Cleveland National Forest. So as I said earlier, it was just a great example of collaboration. And then the Fire Safe Council and the San Diego Resource Conservation District sort of were the glue that held that whole project together. And as I said, they had that large grant from CAL FIRE, and that it actually included funding an environmental planner with the La Jolla tribe, who has really been instrumental. So the grant, aside just from paying for contracts and things, actually funded at least one position that we're aware of. And then we also wanted to have another project that was earlier in the stages of development. And so we looked at the Santa Ana River Watershed project. And so here you see a slide that shows the entire Santa Ana River watershed. So it's quite large, and a large portion of that is on the San Bernardino National Forest. There's a little chunk down there in the south on the Cleveland National Forest. But so 33% of this watershed are Forest Service lands, including those two forests. 90% of the rainfall in that watershed falls on National Forest System lands. So, and of that watershed, there's almost 380,000 acres on the San Bernardino National Forest, and there's a good chunk on the Cleveland also. And then that red box is sort of the general area where the project boundary is. And then in that whole watershed, there's 22 million people that live in that area. So there's a lot going on. And then also there's been a lot of fire history. So this is recent fire history going back, I think, about 13 years. So you can see, and then the bright red, orange, yellow, and green are the severities of those fires. And then you can see, I don't know if you can see my pointer, but the red shaded areas are areas that there's no fire severity data, because these were the 2020, the El Dorado fire, and then the Apple fire that actually happened in 2020. So, but you can see there's a lot of areas been burned, and then the project area here in the green is some of the last intact conifer forests and other vegetation that has not burned in recent years, but likely, if very likely could if we had another fire in there. So, which quite probably will happen sometime in the near future. So I also want to point out, I believe this blue area is the Big Bear Fuels project that the Mountaintop District on the San Bernardino National Forest is actually in the process of finalizing that environment, that whatever kind of decision, I think it's an EA, but that they're working on there, and they're close to finishing that. And then they hope to shift focus to this project as soon as they get that wrapped up. So this project's been on the drawing board for nearly a decade, but they have been unable to launch it, and that's largely due to capacity issues. So one of the great things about the workshop was bringing all these different partners into the meeting today. Yesterday, we mainly talked about the San Diego project. Today, we talked about this project on the San Bernardino area, and there was a lot of talk about ways that the partners could work together to resolve some of those capacity issues and hopefully get this thing moving forward. And then, as you can see, there's a lot going on. There's wilderness areas in this project area, lots of residents, lots of campgrounds. There's several listed species. This is a highway going right through the middle of it. That's a critical evacuation route for the city of Big Bear, one of 3 evacuation routes. There's the Pacific Crest Trail, goes through the area, and all kinds of other recreation. There's electrical generation plants and infrastructure throughout there. All those yellow boxes are private in holdings or parcels. Interestingly, there's been some efforts to begin collecting data. So LIDAR, they did some aerial imagery, and that's already been assembled by the Inland Empire Resource Conservation District, working with some other folks, and they're working with the Remote Sensing Lab for Region 5, and they're nailing down the current conditions and possibly, doing some modeling to see what resilience might look like. And then, as I said, there was just great opening discussions where we were talking about who would be members of the collaborative group, joint advisory groups, bringing in academic and science folks, monitoring, staffing and monitoring plans. So really thinking ahead too. And then good discussions on what funding might be available. And the San Bernardino Valley Municipal Water District was actually very anxious to get some restoration going on in this watershed and providing some funding to the forest and other partners to really help move this thing along. They're really looking forward to being able to restore this precious watershed that is very important for their municipal district and all the people they serve. And with that, I'm going to pass it back over to Lynn.
All right, so the last part of our hub that we went over were some remaining issues. And one of the big remaining issues is the importance of prescribed fire education to increase the understanding, acceptance, and impart the sense of forest stewardship onto the residents, administrators, staff, and the public. There's a big gap that for public education on prescribed fire, and we recognize that in our group, as it's been recognized and mentioned in other groups, that's a location or a place that can really be improved upon in the public forum. We talked about the precautionary principle, coming back to the beginning of the plenary session, to talk about the risk of prescribed burning now versus deferring the risk until a catastrophic fire occurs. And we're looking at that situation actually occurring on the forest, such as the Santa Ana project. There's been lots of fires there lately over the last few years, as the map indicated, and there's really not much left to burn. And in fact, it was mentioned during the hub that the rest of that could burn if it burns like the 2020 fire season in just a few operational periods. So really need to examine that precautionary principle and really get more prescribed fire on the landscape, especially in watersheds that are at risk of being destroyed from catastrophic wildfire. Understand the prescribed fire and smoke trade-offs. Yep, everybody's, you're going to always get complaints from smoke when smoke is produced, but it's really important to identify and to understand that the smoke from prescribed fire is much less than the smoke from a catastrophic fire. And as long as we can educate people on those differences, we can really move that needle and increase the pace and scale of prescribed fire. We recognize that some issues remaining include grants and agreement supports between our department or agency support and the public. CAL FIRE has mechanisms such as the CFMA agreement, or cooperative wildfire assistance agreement. I'm probably not saying that correctly, but The other issue that came up was insurance and liability issues. CAL FIRE is working on trying to bridge that gap in liability and insurance for homeowners to utilize prescribed fire. Right now, within CAL FIRE and on state responsibility area lands, we at CAL FIRE have the ability to take on that liability because we provide the burn boss, we provide the resources, we can take on that risk. But it's very difficult for a private landowner to do a large project or the Forest Service to do a large project with collaboration of private landowners and to take on that kind of liability. So we recognize that as an issue that's still outstanding. And then we also mentioned the possible overtreatment. We mentioned earlier in the session about, how many trees is optimal to remove? What is that magic number? And we don't really know yet, but there's lots of research and studies that are leading the way. And Professor Scott Stevens is one of them that's leading the way in what's the right mixture of tree density? What's the right mixture of putting prescribed fire on the landscape? And how will that benefit long-term benefits for the forest and our communities? And then last thing that we didn't have listed here that I thought of was mentioned in other hubs was the lack of workforce. That workforce, the people out there on the landscape that have the ability and equipment and know-how to do the work necessary to complete the projects, either get them prepped for burning or actually doing the burning on the project. That workforce is very limited. So as a limited resource, it can only be used so much. So right now, the state and federal government, we're working on improving that workforce, but it is going to take time. And so that's something that we need to consider, is that these projects, do take time to complete and to maintain. And then the last thing from our Hub 3, I'd just like to thank, Terry Thomas, my co-chair, and Randy, the other co-chair for us. We really worked great together, and I look forward to working on projects with them in the future. And that's it from Hub 3.
Okay, good report, guys. Now, to put you on the spot, Palomar, what's the bed size of that project?
That project was about 1,800 acres total, but it's about many different stakeholders, which is what makes it really complex.
Yeah, very interesting project, and I know it's already started. I saw the schedule on it. About how many years? Do you remember how many years it'll be for them to wrap up the steps of that project?
So that project, the grant only lasts for about 3 years. And so they should hopefully wrap it up within the 3-year period of the grant. But there will be maintenance that will occur that is part of the project, but not part of the grant. So that project will continue indefinitely into the future. It's just the grant it has a limited lifespan.
Okay. The Santa Ana project, did I get that right? But what's about the size of that project?
That project was 61,000 acres and some change. And so that's a huge project because it's watershed wide. And it's really in the early development stages as to where they'll put the treatments on the ground and what types of treatments. And so having the San Diego project there as the mentor really helped. I think the Santa Ana project to really hone in and focus on what kind of questions to ask, and then how to focus their needs and activity locations for the project.
Okay, thank you. Let me turn to our panelists from yesterday. Let me bring in 3 agency representatives from yesterday's opening plenary to give us their reactions to these hub reports. Our first response will be from Helge Eng, the Deputy Director of Resource Management for CAL FIRE. Helge, welcome back. Or do we have him today?
Hey, Jerry, he's not on the list. I don't think he was able to make it.
Oh, he wasn't. Okay. Well, let's. I see you there, Tony. Good to see you. Thanks for coming back. So we've got Tony Scardina, the Deputy Regional Forester for Pacific Southwest region. Thanks for being with us again, and your thoughts, your reactions. Your Forest Service is a player in all three of these projects.
Yeah, you know, I think about collaboratives in general that I've been a part of in my career, and you know, kudos to everyone in these hubs. I mean, it's really amazing work. I think about the recipe for success, and you all have really those elements. I think about relationships being one. Someone mentioned long-term relationships that has value, commitment, leadership and personnel, and obviously money. Those are all key elements to getting to the end result that you're all trying to achieve. And as you mentioned, there's challenges that come with that. We're working with multiple government agencies, from federal, state to local to partners, and that can get really messy. I heard about data challenges and how do you share information. The Forest Service has one database and the Park Service has another database, and how do you make them talk to each other? And that doesn't happen overnight. You know, so those are things that I recall in collaboratives I've been part of on the ground as well. And it can get frustrating because it takes a lot of time simply to get organized, to get to the results part of what you're all trying to achieve. And then from there, it just led me to think of some questions about the treatment piece. What is optimal, and are there times where we're too precise in terms of what we're trying to get done? When we think about the impacts of a catastrophic wildfire versus what we've learned in forestry school or other resource backgrounds, sometimes I think, are we too precise about the outcome that we need on that landscape? If the outcome is reduce the risk of catastrophic fire, do we really have to be optimal in our treatments? And so I think about questions about that myself quite a bit, about how perfect. Now, if I'm managing 100 acres compared to 200,000 acres, my precision, I think, might need to change a little bit. But it led me a lot to think about that.
Tony, would you, if you got other things to ask, let's stop there for a second, because I think it's great to hear that kind of question coming from someone that is the Deputy Regional Director. And I wonder how, say, Jim Janess, how Angel, how they might, how does that stir a reaction in your thoughts? Does it give you some comfort to know that this guy might have your back, that you are, he's thinking about the same things you are?
Yeah, it's great that we're all on the same page, and you know, we heard from Helge yesterday that you need to be willing to accept some short-term consequences for long-term results, and you know, that it's hard to bite on some of that stuff sometimes because you can't see the big picture. But you either protect the stand with a little bit of damage, or you lose the stand with a lot of damage. So it's, you know, we're all getting on that same page and starting to see that same perspective, and it's not going to get any better time than now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Tony, I'll turn it back to you, but I enjoyed hearing you make that comment, so I couldn't resist.
No, and then, you know, they're all kind of additive. I heard about the compliance piece, and as you all know, when it comes to some of the federal regulations and the authorities we have to work through, I don't like hearing that as a theme, but what it tells me is that upper leadership like myself needs to be connected to what you're all facing and what you're challenging, so that we can get some of those barriers out of the way. So I know, at least for our Forest Service leaders, I look forward to hearing more. What is in your way? Is it the surveys that need to be done? Is it some of our thought process around NEPA compliance? And how can we help people get through that so you can get to the work? And then how do we maximize use of authorities? We have stewardship contracting and grants and good neighbor authority. Park Service has other authorities. How do you make them all gel together? I've been in the agency almost 2 decades, and it feels like I still don't know our own authorities. So how do you all make sense of all the laws, regulations, and authorities and actually maximize them and organize in a way that helps you do that? So those are some of the questions. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you have something set up within the organization to delve into those questions? not only your own, but the people like Jim and Angel on the ground. They've probably have a different set you'd probably want to know.
Jim, any thoughts from the hub or any of the hubs of how do you all make sense of the soup of laws, regulations, and authorities?
So it takes the whole team for us to stay on top of that stuff. It certainly isn't one person that can remember everything that we need to abide by. And that's why when you develop your interdisciplinary teams or your team that's going to build a burn plan or something like that, it really takes a tribe to stay on top of all that stuff. You know, they expect the rangers to know all that, and I certainly am no expert in everything, and I depend on my specialists to keep me on the right side of the law.
And I wonder, Lynn is sitting there hovering on the side, Tony, if I've heard they are undoubtedly wrestling with the same things you are. What authorities, what bureaucracy, what red tape or green tape, what have you, do we need to look at differently to deal with the realities of the kind of fire seasons we've had the last couple of years? Are y'all by chance higher ups in the two organizations sitting down together to think about that together, or is it something that needs to be wrestled with independently by each agency?
Well, I think if we're talking about shared stewardship, we don't have the luxury of operating independently. You know, I think the good part is when I think of Jessica and Tom Porter and leadership from all of the interagency partners, we get together, but we probably don't dig into the details quite enough to help knock some of the barriers down that these hubs are talking about. So time, as you know, is limited, but that's not an excuse. So, you know, I think one thing that we could do is connect to these hubs and directly hear from them to figure out how can the interagency leaders knock down some of the barriers you're all facing. We may not fix it all at once, but if we can take a few big ticket items and work together across the agency's leadership to work through that, maybe we can make a difference to help you all get done what you're trying to get done. So we do on a weekly basis actually have calls amongst the agency leadership, but diving into the details is probably where we need to spend a little bit more time.
Thank you. Any more?
No, I'm good. Great job and kudos.
That's good. Very good. Thank you, Tony. Our third response will be from Bill Kaage, Chief of Fire and Aviation Management for the National Park Service. Bill, welcome back. I love your background.
Good to be back. Great report outs from the three groups. I did sit in two of them, one yesterday for about 45 minutes and one for just about 15, 20 minutes today, to see what kind of interaction was going on. My reaction to what they said and to what Tony said is I want to cover both, because I had a couple of questions for the groups and some thoughts for people like Tony, Helge, Robin Wills at the regional level within the National Park Service regarding funding and coordination. So one of my thoughts was related to something I forgot to say yesterday that I wanted to say, and it oftentimes it's something that we think about, but maybe we don't put to paper. And all three groups, it was pretty obvious that they're used to working with each other, and they've got relationships and they want to reinforce existing relationships, build upon what they have, improve and move forward. But I'm wondering if it would be worthwhile for those groups, the hubs, to spend some time on stating what the vision is that they're shooting for. So they don't know how they're going to get there exactly as they walk down the path toward that vision. But if they all know what the end state is and they're shooting towards it, it may help them in the long run as opportunities pop up on a yearly basis or even a monthly basis, whether it's funding, staffing, coordination, collaboration work, whatever it is. So I had that thought. And then listening to the three presentations, which, like I said before, were all wonderful. I learned a lot, just even today, as they covered their challenges and what they want to do. We actually have money to put toward projects within the National Park Service, and we have money that isn't really allocated. We're trying to decide right now where we should put that money, and I'm thinking like Christy and Dan, ONPS dollars that we could put towards survey work, compliance work, as well as towards mechanical treatment or prescribed fire projects. We like to put it into big chunks of money at one time because of the ease of execution. And so that's something I think for at least the two northern hubs of the three to consider. And I've been dialoguing with Robin Wills, who isn't with us today, I believe. So I shared with him the notes from yesterday's sessions, just so he could see what was getting talked about. And I'm pretty sure Amy Ziegler, I'm not sure if she's with us now, but she was in the SQF K&P meeting yesterday. And it's something I think for Robin, Tony, Helge to think about, like if the Park Service has dollars that they can put towards Yosemite Stanislaus, Sequoia-Kings Canyon, Sequoia National Forest, could CAL FIRE and Forest Service put money maybe towards the southern area and do some sharing. I'd have to do some selling on that and some coordination on that, but I think it's worthwhile as we look at how regionally, nationally we support efforts like this, that we do some coordination on our own, that there's some synergy at our level across boundaries to try to affect what's happening at the local level. And that's kind of a challenge for me and challenge for people like Tony and Helge going forward, listening to what Tony was saying. But it's something that we might be able to do that would benefit what they're trying to do, the good work they're trying to do on the ground. And something like giant sequoia management, it's an easy thing to talk about at our level and to get people, it resonates with people. But that's a challenge for like Christy and Dan to think about. And then I think for Rob and Tony, myself and others, like, okay, how would we coordinate this across at our regional levels and then nationally where it's important? So
I don't know if you've noticed, but Christy's camera keeps going on and off, and she's got a big thumb up every time it does.
Okay, I didn't.
So definitely the notion of someone, a service-wide chief talking about money that he wants to throw at him. That's I think she heard that. Is there other help that they might need that your office could offer?
I always think about agreements, service first agreements, and understanding of authorities and what people can do and what help they need for things like that. And I was going to ask of the groups. I know they did the summary notes from yesterday. I don't know what they're going to generate today, but I think it would be helpful for people like Tony and myself and others to see what they see as an impediment that a region could help with, or an impediment that a national office could help with, to give us some things to focus our energies on. Because like Tony said, there's only so much time in a day, and it is very difficult to allocate time and attention toward issues that people need us to focus on.
Yeah, the big ones.
Yeah.
Christy, Dan, it sounds like an offer if you've got anything you want to share with them, but is there anything that comes to mind?
I'll jump in and try and be brief. Thanks, Bill. Yes, I was very excited by everything you just said, so we'll be in touch. In terms of, from my perspective, some areas that if we could get support or progress from the national level, 106 streamlined 106. I think we're all realizing that it's worse for cultural resources and natural resources if they burn up in a high severity fire than if they burn in a prescribed fire. Yet the impediments and the process, the way that we're having to do surveys, the amount of documentation it takes anyway. So anything you can do on that front would be amazing. Similarly, I think if there's opportunity to engage in a deeper discussion with Fish and Wildlife Service, because Fisher was listed as endangered instead of threatened, we lost all our 4B rules for fire and fuels treatments. And there's a huge survey burden for a lot of that work too. So from my perspective, anything that could be done on a bigger scale to look at ways to protect those resources, but streamline compliance for prescribed and mechanical treatments would be amazing.
Okay.
Jim, Jeanette, is there anything that you would offer that might be helpful to your partner, Dan, that you think might be helpful for Bill to hear?
So I did put a comment in the chat that the park has actually timber that they need to remove out of the grove, not giant sequoias, but other species that would have value that could be utilized back on the landscape. But I'm not sure if the park has a tool for that.
Dan, you want to help on that one?
Well, we actually do have, it's in our Organic Act that the Secretary of Interior may dispose of timber. So that there is a method to do that. You know, obviously we haven't done a lot of timber sales. When we do, we normally rely on the Forest Service to help us with the contract for that. So, but we have done some, and it's not an impossibility. I know Garrett Dickman, who is our Yosemite vegetation management specialist. He's actually got some projects where he sometimes can sell timber, woody debris to cogen plants and pulp mills. So we do have some of that already going on. A lot of times the stuff we're removing though has no real value, so there's not a lot of money tied to it. As for Bill's question or Jerry's question to us, you know, it's always been a problem finding the resources to do prescribed burns. And usually when there is a window, all our neighbors are in the same window. And so we're competing for local resources. So, you know, that concept of a mobile national workforce bill that we've talked about for years, that certainly is something we ought to dive into to move folks to where the work is.
Okay. Thanks, Buck.
Lynn, do you mind if I draw you into the conversation? We don't have Helge, but there may be something you've noticed that you wish that you'd be able to throw into the discussion with these federal folks.
You know, just that, you know, like what Ed was talking about, there's limited number of resources. It's that way with CAL FIRE. We've developed the prescribed fire working crews right now, or fuels crews. You know, they're the future of having a resource that is not dedicated to, you know, incident. They're dedicated for prep work and prescribed fires. So it's a new resource. We have 10 fuels crews across the state, and, you know, they're really dedicated to get these projects implemented on the ground. And then, of course, you know, we have fire season like 2020. You know, they are fire line trained, so they do get utilized in that aspect. But their primary purpose is not responding to incidents. It's actually getting out in front of it and being a resource for prepping for these type of projects. So we're turning the corner on that, working on that. And with the new budget, with the California Wildfire Resilience Action Plan, there's money in the budget to increase our hand crews within CAL FIRE. And those crews will also be able to help with really the preparatory work that goes into doing these large scale prescribed fire projects. And we work hand in hand with our federal partners across the state when we can. to help develop these projects with resources, either engines or inmate crews or our fuels crews, in order to, you know, be an extra resource, an extra hand, because likewise they help us with our projects as well. So it's a win-win situation.
Okay. So how long has have these dedicated crews been in place?
About a year and a half.
Year and a half. Okay. And you probably had the same kind of problems these Fed folks did before they existed, that big plans, but fire season meant the other folks were committed to fires rather than treatments, etc. Any questions for Lynn, Tony, or Bill, or anyone? We got a few minutes of discussion. Anything that, if we don't have a question for Lynn, anything anyone wants to talk about before I end this session? Are we good?
Beck from the Stanislaus.
Yes, hi Beck.
Hey, I just had a question. Hi, I just had a question for Len. Your hand crews, would they be suppression oriented, primary and then secondary fuels? And I'm not talking about the fuels crews.
No, so the hand crews are still under development, but they're modeled after really going after the Forest Service hand crews or the Forest Service modules, where, you know, there'll be, we haven't set on a number yet, but it looks like, you know, 15 members, and then there'll be a fuels crew or hand crew, and then their primary purpose would be projects. But they're all fire line trained. They're all firefighter 1s or firefighter 2s. And so they'll be available for response. But again, their primary purpose would not be, you know, daily incident response. It would be projects.
Thanks.
And they don't exist yet.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, folks, thank you very much. Good discussion. Good discussion. I wish we had a chance to tap into all the people that are going to be watching the live stream. We haven't figured out, technologically speaking, how to do that. So maybe in the future, but what your reactions to each other was a good surrogate for that. I appreciate all of you. Tony for rejoining us, Bill for rejoining us. It's an honor to have you. And I'm going to move on, if I may. Your presentations, insights today, most helpful. Appreciate it. That brings us to the final event of Fire Management 24/7, 365. We're pleased to have with us Professor Scott Stevens of UC Berkeley, here to deliver the closing talk of the workshop. Scott is Professor of Fire Science in the Department of Environmental Science. Sorry, I had a ding on my phone. I was wondering if somebody was telling me to do something here. Scott is interested in the interactions of wildland fire and ecosystems. This includes how prehistoric fire once interacted with ecosystems, how current wildland fires are affecting ecosystems, and how future fires, changing climates, and management may change all of this interaction. He's also interested in forest and fire policy and how it can be improved to meet the challenges of the next decades, both in the United States and internationally. And that is what he'll speak to us today in his talk titled, What's Next? Wildfire in California's New Climate Reality. With that, Scott, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you for joining us, Scott.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here, and I've been very interested in listening to all the summaries and the comments that just were made. I know so many folks are so interested in this topic, and so many people are working so hard to try to kind of move us forward. So today, I hope to, with my closing talk here, just generate some discussion maybe and some ideas. Maybe we would have a chance at the end for some discussion and comment. So I'll pop over to my slides here.
And
and while you're queuing your slides, let me say to the people that were just talking to us, both the agency administrators and the people from the groups, you heard what Scott just said. Why don't y'all hover, if you can stay with us until he's finished, we can have a discussion, us and Scott, about the things that he talks about. Thanks. Go ahead, Scott.
No, that'd be wonderful. So the idea of what's next. So this idea of where we're headed, and certainly all of us are interested, I think, in where we're headed. I'm just gonna, first thing I wanted to do is maybe circle around for a moment to some of the past, some past things, and maybe look at them for some perspective, and so maybe just where we've come from, and then essentially get to the sense of where we're headed and maybe some opportunities. And the first piece I'd like to talk about is really indigenous burning. The last 4 years, I've had the great pleasure to co-teach a class at Berkeley on fire and culture in California. And I co-taught this class with Professor Kent Lightfoot from anthropology. And one of the things we do is we bring in 4 or 5 elders, or really leaders of tribes in California, to talk about fire from their perspective. And I know you've had some of this in your conference here. And here is a Val Lopez. Val is a chairman of the Amamutsan tribal band. The Amamutsan's historical range includes Santa Cruz down about halfway down to Monterey Bay, and that goes into about Highway 101. So it's a large area, very diverse area, as you know, redwood forest, chaparral, grassland. And I've been able to talk to Val many times. And one thing he says that literally blows my mind is, you'll see that quote right there. This is what Val tells us: fire is a gift from Creator for the stewardship of the land. Now you think about that, it's a gift from Creator for the stewardship of the land forever. And when he talks about this, it really is powerful, because it gets this sense of active management, active engagement in the land, in all of the wildlife. Sacred pieces include everything to the Amamutsan, the animals, the rocks, the soil, and this idea of active stewardship and going on and trying to be able to create a sustainable future in land is something that Val talks about, and many other tribal leaders. I just think it's something we all have to be able to do. I think the most basic thing about this whole issue with fire is basically people and land. It sounds pretty simple, but unless we can get people and land together and actually kind of go forward, I'm afraid we're always going to be missing the boat. And I think this fits really well in the theme of the conference, 24/7, 365, because it is a connection that goes on forever. It doesn't have a endpoint. It never ends. So I think that's one thing that when I've heard the elders and the indigenous scholars come into the classroom and talk about the way they look at land, the way they think about stewardship, I think we all have that inside of us, but I think it's also just it's brought forward just so much more intensely when they speak of it as this long-term stewardship, and fire was a gift from Creator for the stewardship of the land, versus maybe the enemy, or sometimes it's so destructive. Well, of course it can be, but that is a very different perspective. I wanted to spend just a minute on some early prescribed fire research. You see that little picture there? That's kind of a cool picture. It was found from the Forest Service Pacific Southwest Research Station archive. And maybe you see the date up there in the upper right-hand corner, 5/27/1919. This is a picture of some of the first prescribed fire research ever done in California, done by Stuart Shaw from the US Forest Service. He was actually given the task by Gifford Pinchot, first Forest Service chief. And partly because there was a bunch of burning going on in the Red River Lumber Company, which is out by Lake Almanor in the Southern Cascades. And there were questions about that, dialogue, people were arguing. And Pinchot eventually asked a group of people to do some work to see if they actually could evaluate, the impacts of light burning, as it was called then. So he went up to the Plumas National Forest, and after doing some reconnaissance, he picked a place called Snake Lake. Snake Lake is right outside a little place called Meadow Valley. And interestingly, he started his work there in earnest. And that is really an interesting thing. One thing he did, he wrote an autobiography in 1955. And this is where I got this information from. Autobiography is maybe 200 pages long, but he talks in vast detail of really his career in the Forest Service. So here he is, doing this work in the late 19-teens. And here you see this picture of light burning. Can you imagine having a forest like that to burn in? We'd all jump up and down. I mean, that is a low hazard forest, man. That's looking pretty good. But that's the kind of conditions they were doing this burning in, in this early part of the 19th century. But I have to tell you a little bit more about this, a little more of the detail. So during this time, they were doing this work. It was just him and one aide. They were doing the burning, Stuart Shaw and one aide. And actually during this time, a supervisor of the Plumas National Forest came out, a guy named Dave Rogers, and he took the drip torch out of Shaw's hand and then ignited outside of the unit in multiple areas to basically create a wildfire. Shaw was stunned, and he actually said he was just stunned. Why did this happen? Once this fire started, the supervisor left, and the aide went into Quincy to try to get help from the supervisor's office for suppression. They would not send any. So essentially, the forest supervisor of the Plumas was trying to sabotage the work. That's exactly what Shaw said. The other thing Shaw tells us about is that he basically comes clean. He says that they actually piled pine limb wood in the cat faces of fire-scarred trees to increase residence time so the trees would burn and fall down and actually be damage statistics. He actually tells us that in his autobiography. He said that essentially it was the only dishonest thing they did. That, I think, in a nutshell tells you, that's really tough. If you're trying to evaluate something and you're kind of predisposing an outcome. And they wrote a bunch of papers in the 20s, 1924, 1923, Shaw and Kotak, and they were instrumental in fire policy development in the United States. It just wasn't California. So I guess at the end of the day, I would say there was no objective evaluation of prescribed burning or light burning done in the early 20th century. The burning that was done by T.B. Walker and his group at Red River Lumber Company was extensive. They burned from the teens into the 20s, but they didn't really ever evaluate it scientifically. They wrote some letters, and those letters give us some really interesting information. But at the end of the day, I would just say that we just don't have a record of an evaluation of burning during this time that was objective. And that's something that's actually sad and something that I think continues to the day in terms of just the way we deal with fire. I want to spend one more little time on another historical photograph. Here we are, three people that really in some ways are giants in prescribed burning all over the United States. It's Harold Weaver, Herbert Stoddard, and Harold Biswell. So Stoddard's in the center. He's got the cane. And this picture is taken from the 1967 Tall Timbers Conference in Hoburgs, California. Hoburgs is a little town just outside of Middletown in Lake County. Why did they go there? It's actually a place where Harold Biswell began some of his fire research in Ponderosa Pine Forest in 1951. Tall Timbers was a magnificent entity, and they were really pushing the idea of fire use in the South. And the only time they actually came west was to Hoburgs, California, 1967. And here's three pictures of them. So Stoddard there in the center, Stoddard was one of the giants who prescribed fire in the Southeast, doing work for wildlife habitat, quail and other things, and trained a bunch of people. Of course, there was great resistance, mostly by the Forest Service and state agencies at the time, that they wanted to shut down prescribed fire in the South. The South prevailed. And today, we know that, the state of Florida burned about 1 million acres of prescribed fire in forests this last year. And Georgia says they did more. So you're talking about 1 million acres a year, and 75% of that burning is on private ground. 75% of that burning is on private ground by private individuals. We heard a moment ago about this idea of workforce. That's something I'm going to also just beckon. To create a system that we want to put fire on the ground and maintain ecosystem stewardship like Val Lopez talks about, we need a workforce, and we need it actually in a major way. And we also need to connect to private people. So Stoddard gives us kind of that legacy. They also have liability insurance in the South, something another topic was just briefly mentioned ago, that, you know, the liability insurance is important because I've been on about 150 prescribed fires myself. I've had problems. And this is just part of the system. You put burning on the ground, you're going to have problems. And some of the problems can be relatively large. So again, I give credit to Stoddard and all the work that's been done in the Southeast. It gives us hope, I think, out here in the West, even though it's different. We got different climate, different topography, I know. But when we think about what's been done out there, it gives me hope. What about Weaver? So Weaver's on the left. That's Harold Weaver. Weaver basically was a Bureau of Indian Affairs forester. He worked in the reservations in Eastern Oregon and Eastern Washington for many years. From 1945 to 1957, Harold Weaver on the Covell Reservation in Eastern Washington burned 684,000 acres. 684,000 acres. He reports this in his papers. He's got 15 publications. From 45 to 57, 684,000 acres. The last papers on this, he basically says that he was able to reduce wildfire damage in this area by 87% and the cost of suppression by 54%. And he actually has a quote in there. The quote is, "This is not the presentation of a this is the presentation of a management system, not just prescribed fire." So Weaver wrote that in 1957. This is the presentation of a management system in ponderosa pine and not just prescribed burning. He actually got to the point with enough operations to actually look at the cost, look at the effectiveness. That's amazing. Unfortunately, we've never been able to get anything close to what Weaver has done in the West since then. Weaver eventually was promoted to Washington, D.C., the BIA office. And when he left, unfortunately, the program pretty much disappeared. That's really a tale for all of us. Prescribed burning programs cannot just be about individuals. It can't be. Weaver was an individual. Once he left, it ended. It has to be more policy and also has to be staffed. It also has to have highest level support in government. The last one's Biswell. Biswell's on the right. Harold Biswell, professor at UC Berkeley, 1947, 1973. He started his prescribed fire work in California in 1951. When he started that work, no federal or state manager would allow him to burn on their land. So he worked in private land, including Hoburgs right here in this picture, another place called Teaford Forest down by Bass Lake in the Southern Sierra. By 1957, he actually also argued in a paper that he published in 1957, he had created a program that he thought should go forward and actually be used. Unfortunately, it wasn't used. And even UC Berkeley, my campus, the faculty of forestry at the time voted to bar him from working at UC Berkeley's Blodgett Forest Research Station. I'm going to show you some work I've done there for 20 years. But even the faculty at the time said, "Harold, you're too crazy, and we're not going to let you use our experimental forest." That was a giant missed opportunity. So I don't want to dwell on that, but I just think just where we've come from and just how that perspective maybe looks at where we're at today. Well, let's look at some conifer forest where we got some problems, mixed conifer forest. Of course, 2020 season got all our attention. Here's a North Complex fire. It's a picture of burn severity. The red is the high severity. Part of the lightning complex, burns around 318,000 acres, 16 fatalities, mostly in a Berry Creek, unfortunately. And you look at that high severity patch, of course, there's a lot of topography in there. That's the middle fork of the Feather River, a lot of topography, but still some of the largest high severity patches I've ever seen. I actually flew over this fire twice as part of a team to assess it, mostly with congressional representatives and US Senator staff and also reporters. But I just never seen anything like it. The continuous high severity patches in this area are just immense. 86 California spotted owl packs, protected activity centers are inside that perimeter. We still don't know how many of those have burned at high severity or low, but 86. It was considered one of the essential old growth places of mixed conifer forest in the Northern Sierra for the California spotted owl. You know what? I hate to say it, but that's a bunch of bull. When you think of that place had not been treated by anything because it's in a wild and scenic river area, have had almost no restoration, no prescribed burning done in decades and decades and decades, I just don't think we can call that old growth forest. That's basically a problem because you're never going to be able to maintain those systems into the future and climate change, warming, more variability in weather. So I have to just say, you know, that is something we just have to figure out how we can do better. Yes, it had huge trees in there. I was in there a lot. I did some backpacking in there. Maybe some of you did. This is still a problem in terms of just how you're going to basically think about what you're going to do with forest, mixed conifer forest in the future. Even though you got big old trees in there, they've got to have some ability to withstand disturbance, fire, insects, drought, and the combination. So I think this fire is, again, one of those, it's a wake-up call. Of course, the size of it is mind-blowing. And that giant run that happened that one night that actually went from south of Quincy all the way to Lake Oroville, just, I think, blew most of our minds. And it's actually tragedy. But what about this idea of the wildfire mosaic? You know, when you think about how can we implement more prescribed burning, fuel treatment, manage wildfire, the mosaic that is out on the landscape could be an asset, right? I mean, even though that's a terrible way to get a mosaic, you've got a huge event here that's had a lot of burn-in. Some of it in the northern area you can see is more of a mixed severity, and some other areas high severity. But maybe we could immediately start to use that fire to burn into, to allow big prescribed burns possibly, and actually anchor them or send them towards that perimeter. And maybe wildfires that are managed for resource benefit or just managed wildfire, we could use that as well. I think we have to start looking at, unfortunately, some of the big fires that we keep on having as places that we can work around. And the other question becomes, what do you do inside that thing? And of course, I'm sure the Plenary National Forest is thinking about this big time. What are you going to do? Reforestation, salvage logging, other activities, erosion control? You know, that is such a huge area. How to reforest that is mind-boggling. I'd actually say my view is spend more time on the green forest adjacent to it and probably put limited resources into that high severity patch. Some of you probably start yelling, that's crazy. But I just think that the green forests around that place also need tremendous amounts of restoration and work, and putting 15 years of effort maybe on the Plumas National Forest and the ranger districts on reforesting and salvaging. Of course, salvaging is very contentious with some publics. So I wouldn't say abandon this thing at all, but I certainly would not just say this has got to be the focus of our program for the next 5, 10, 15 years. There's too much other forest adjacent that really need restoration. Well, let's hop into another one. I don't want to be the bringer of bad news, but it's Creek Fire. Of course, Creek Fire was another fire until 2020. This one, we don't know how it was ignited. It was not lightning, but it burned in a huge area, 380,000 acres, the largest single fire that wasn't part of a fire complex in California. And I think all of us remember that National Guard helicopters were used to rescue people that were actually forced into a small lake, the perimeter of a lake, and people were brought out because they were cut off. Creek Fire burned a bunch of houses and buildings, unfortunately. And this is also coincident with the 2012-2015 mortality from bark beetle and drought that we heard about just a moment ago. So it's basically right in the center of that, around Shaver Lake. I've been around Shaver Lake a lot in my career, and I saw the mortality there, and it was breathtaking, unfortunately, right? So it burns in that area. It also has some of the largest high severity patches. High severity patch means you're killing more than 90% of the trees inside. And that's what this initial estimate of severity is a red color. So again, just a tremendous landscape change here. Of course, this is the middle of fisher habitat. It's also California spotted owl habitat, other things. So it's really huge high severity patches in mixed conifer. And there's just no doubt this is devastating to the forest itself, to recreation, to the towns in the area, and also the watershed values. So these are the events that got our attention. You know, every year we have these big fires. I remember clearly the King Fire. I also remember the Moonlight. The Moonlight was big. Then the King was a little bigger. Then the Rim Fire 2013. And now we got these. You know, in some ways you're basically, I think Tom Porter has said it's almost as if you get a campaign fire for every year. Campaign, the idea that this is the fire in your 30-year career that's the largest and most difficult. And here we seem to be getting campaign fire after campaign fire year after year in California. Again, this is something that's really, really, really disheartening and actually very difficult. So what about some better news? What about some ideas of resilient forests in mixed conifer? Well, I want to take you for a moment to one of my favorite places. I've been working down here close to 25 years, This is the Sierra San Pedro Martir in Baja California, Mexico. So that little red triangle is the Sierra San Pedro Martir National Park. So as you can see, it's just about maybe 80 miles, 90 miles into Baja California. I know we just had a nice discussion from the Santa Ana watershed from Len. And this is from air miles. I think this is less than 150 air miles from the Santa Ana watershed down here to the Sierra San Pedro Martir. You know, so not that far away. But let's take a look at what it looks like for a moment. Well, here's an overview of the upper elevation plateau in the Sierra San Pedro Martir National Park. This elevation is about 8,500 feet. It's pretty tall, but you have to get pretty high to get that kind of moisture down in this part of the world, a little bit closer south the equator, southern area. So it's still Jeffrey pine dominated. Right here in the foreground is a schist soils. They're actually a little bit less fertile. Back in the background, maybe you can see a little bit darker forest. That's all on diorite granite. So this is kind of a condition of the Sierra San Pedro Martir today. And one thing is about the Martir is kind of interesting, is it's inside the California floristic province. That simply means that when you're there, it feels like you're in different parts of California. Or of course, if you're a Mexican, you can stand there and feel like there's some real similarities of the Mexican forest to California. It goes both sides of the border, of course. But the species of plants in the Sierra San Pedro Martir are in the floristic province, and most of us are very familiar with. It's in the Peninsular Mountains. Peninsular Mountains bisects the international border. So we got California and Mexico. The Peninsular Mountain goes right through them, okay? So you're talking about the San Jacinto Mountains and Cleveland National Forest and others. Then you go south across the border, and then you're into Mexico. You go to the Sierra Juarez, and then you finally get to the Sierra San Pedro Martir, which is a little taller. So it's the same mountain range. It just got something called California, United States on one side, and basically Mexico and northern Baja California on the other. It's Jeffrey pine mixed conifer. Here in this picture, maybe you can see, this is Jeffrey pine, which is the dominant species down there, but it also has sugar pine, white fir, a little incense cedar, lodgepole pine, and actually it does have areas of quaking aspen, which is kind of crazy. But this is kind of a typical picture today of the Sierra San Pedro Martir. Looks a little like that picture of Stuart Chow for 1919, doesn't it? Not that much different. And it really isn't that much different. I'll tell you about that in a moment. So other folks have done some work on the Martir, and they say similar forest structure, species composition, precipitation patterns, fire history, historical fire history to Southern California forest and also to the Eastern Sierra Nevada. Fire suppression doesn't begin until 1970, and no real harvesting has ever occurred here. There's one little spot, about 40 acres has been harvested, but it's got a tiny little spot next to an old sawmill. Other than that, there really is no harvesting at all. And they started to suppress fires when they built the road up there in 1968 to build the largest astronomical telescope in Latin America. Before that, you had to get there either on a horse or there was a really rough Jeep trail. So there was no suppression. Of course, human displacement of the native people was earlier. So about 1800, the Jesuit mission came into this site, and the native people, the indigenous people, were removed from the forest, and indigenous burning also was reduced or almost eliminated completely. So indigenous burning was eliminated earlier, and then later we had fire suppression about 1970. Well, want to spend just one more moment about what's happened down here. Well, there was a big drought in 1999 to 2002 in Southern California. I bet you some of you remember it. And I sure do. I had a project down there, Lake Arrowhead. Lake Arrowhead was in the pictures, in the news. There was a congressional hearing, the U.S. House of Representatives. I actually testified at it. So it was a severe drought. Tens of millions of trees died from really drought and bark beetle attack. But the same drought also happened in the Sierra San Pedro Martir, just maybe 90, 100 miles to the south by the crowflies. We'd been working down there before then. So there was this drought, 99 to 2002. It was bone dry. And then in 2003, a wildfire burned part of the Sierra San Pedro Martir, and we were actually able to access it. And we've been watching that place for a number of years, a small watershed that burned. And after that drought of 4 years that killed tens of millions of trees in Southern California mountains, and then it burned in a wildfire, only 20% of the trees died. 80% lived. Man, that's a party. Can you imagine that? You get a drought like the one that happened in Southern California. Maybe you have it in the Southern Sierra, maybe you have it in the Lake Tahoe Basin. You get a 4-year drought, trees are dying because of competition and bark beetle attack, and then it burns in a wildfire the next year. I mean, that is really one of the most difficult things you could ever think of. That's exactly what happened in the Sierra San Pedro Martir, but only 20% of the trees died. And there's a picture to the left of that area. We were down there in 2019 remeasuring our plots that we put in after the fire in 2003. Fire was very patchy in terms of its effects, directly related to the heterogeneity or the variation in forest structure, and also the very low density of the trees in this particular area. One thing we found here is kind of interesting is we've been looking at stand density index and relative density. And stand density index is essentially a way that you can look at competition between trees and forests. And now we've been able to look at that in the Sierra San Pedro Martir, and we find that the density of the Martir is actually classified as free growing conditions. Free growing conditions. That essentially means that the tree to tree competition is very low to zero. The trees are not competing with one another for resources in the densities that we see in the Sierra San Pedro Martir. Once you start to increase density, then you start to get more and more competition between individuals. And then of course you put a drought on there and bark beetles, then you start to see mortality. But the conditions in the Sierra San Pedro Martir are in the free growing conditions. We actually have a bunch of data from 1911 to 1920 from 4 areas of California, starting in the Southern Cascades down to the Stanislaus, Yosemite, El Dorado National Forest, and also all the way to the south in the Kern National Forest, now Sequoia National Forest. And we're actually doing stand density estimates of all that data and relative densities. You know what we're finding? We're finding that all that data points to free growing conditions in around 1911, 1915, 1920. That's a little bit mind-boggling in terms of just that structure being that common through the mixed conifer forest from the Southern Cascades to the Southern Sierra Nevada. And today you can find it in the Sierra San Pedro Martir. That is somewhat of a deal breaker in some ways, because it just shows how low density these forests were when they basically were inherited by us, certainly some of this by indigenous burning and lightning fire. I find that to be a little bit really interesting. So the mortality was very low in the Martir after a 4-year drought and wildfire. And when we resampled that, and Julia Murphy just put another paper out, the forest is continuing to basically really be in a really resilient condition in the Martir. So others have looked at the fire severity of wildfires in the Martir from 84 on using the remotely sensed burn severity products. And we find that the fire severity classes in the Martir are stable. One thing we do find though is the high severity sizes are increasing slightly. There is some tendency here of slightly increasing severity that could be connected to climate change. But every time I go to the Sierra San Pedro Martir, it gives me hope. That place is one of the most resilient forests I've ever seen in my life. Been beat up by drought, beat up by insects, burns in a wildfire, and basically keeps on kicking. It just gives me inspiration of just what is possible, I think, on this side of the border. It's just a place I would never say this is exactly what we want to do, or this we're going to duplicate this, but I would say it just shows the potential of these systems to absorb things like insects, disease, drought, fire, and just literally keep on marching. So if that's the case of, some examples of really resilient conditions, what can we do in California? Well, I want to spend a moment here too on some research we've been doing in the Northern Sierra Nevada Blodgett Forest. Remember, this is the forest that the Berkeley faculty voted for Harold Biswell never to actually be able to work in, including his grad students. One of those is Jan van Wegendaal. Jan, of course, is an incredible fire researcher at Yosemite National Park, Jim Agee and Ron Wakamoto. So even though Harold could never work here, I was able to do this in starting around 2001. We did the fire surrogate study. This is essentially a way to look at contrasting treatments to try to look at forest fire fuel reduction and also kind of restoration. We have 3 mechanical only treatments that actually use machines only, no fire. We have 3 prescribed fire replicates, where we're only going to use a fall prescribed fire. And then we have a mechanical fire combination, and then we have controls. And we've been watching this place now for 20 years or so, published a bunch of papers on it and had a lot of great field trips. And I just want to show you essentially first what the treatments look like for a moment to get a sense of how they've changed. So first we're starting with fire only. So here we are in 2002, just before we do our first fall prescribed fire. I'd call this a very common condition for mixed conifer up and down the state. Here you see a lot of surface fuel on the ground and you see high density forest. This place had last burned around 1904 based on a fire history study. No burning since then. It's been harvested commercially at least 3 times since around 1965. Most of that material taken off site and the activity fuels or the residuals left on site. You got about 30 tons per acre of dead and down fuel, and you have about 30 tons per acre of dust fuel on the ground. Tree density here is probably about 300 trees per acre, okay? So that's our beginning point. I would say very typical, very hazardous condition, very difficult condition for mixed conifer forest. So what do? We go and we start burning it. So here's a prescribed fire. One of the fires, the first fire we put in here, the goal was to kill 80% of the trees below 12 inches in diameter using strip head fires. After the first fire, this is what it looked like. Turned out we did a pretty good job of reducing the surface fuel. We did actually reduce it about 85%. And we killed around 75% of the trees that were below 12 inches diameter. Of course, those trees are still standing there. They weren't removed off site, but we were able to use that fire to do that density reduction. Let's go forward a few years. Here's 2003, here's 2009. And you can hopefully see I got the same tree in all of these pictures. That's that big sugar pine dead center. So here it is 7 years after the first fire. We're getting some shrubs in the understory, deer brush. We're also seeing some of those trees that we killed come down from rot and snow and other things. So what do? We burn it again. So 2009, there's the ignition. There's that same tree. I took a picture of this when we did the ignition here. So I figured I'd just get another snapshot. So after the second fire, 2010. So now we start to see, boy, it's changed a little bit, hasn't it? Surface fuels are gone. We start to see a few logs on the ground. A few of the trees are still standing dead. So that's after the second fire. So let's go forward a few more years. 2017, 7 years more. More materials on the ground from the mortality from the prescribed fires. We also see the shrubs are coming back from the soil seed bank. So what do? We burn it a third time. So here it is, that same sugar pine. We do an ignition there. And then after the third fire, this is kind of what it looks like in 2018. That's quite a little journey. But at the end of the journey, man, this is in pretty good shape. This is in darn good shape. The question then becomes, how do you maintain it? What are you going to do with it? You know, there's no doubt you can maintain it. But after these 3 fires, we're in a condition of restoration that is pretty remarkable. And at least when we model fire behavior in these systems with fire behavior models, we find that very, very low probability of any type of crown fire can happen in this site. So I think it just shows us, yes, we can do prescribed burning. We can do it with the multiple treatments and then that longer term commitment. And at the end of the day, certainly we can actually have an outcome that is desirable. Well, what about the mechanical only treatment? I want to show you mechanical only before not looking at all the treatments today because of some issues in time. But I want you to watch. There's that California black oak up there in the right-hand corner with the arrow on it. It's kind of leaning into the picture. So that's going to be the thing I hope you focus on as we go through this set of photographs. So we're just using machines here, okay? So this is our beginning point, high density. You see some incense cedar, shade tolerant species. You see a little stump there, place has been harvested multiple times. And then we do a commercial harvest, a crown thin, then a thin from below commercial, and then we use a masticator, this machine essentially, to masticate 90% of the trees that are below 12 inches in diameter. That was a mechanical treatment. Doesn't mean it's the best treatment. It's the one we basically talked to the Georgetown district on the El Dorado at the time. They thought it was something they were very interested in trying to maybe think about. We wanted to outreach to managers and not do this in a vacuum. So after we did the mastication and the harvest, there's that black oak tree up there in the right-hand corner. And you can see, not surprising, we've taken out a lot of those small trees. We've also added a lot of fuel in the ground, haven't we? Because we shredded up that material with the masticator, and we also have just a natural fuel buildup that happened over the last, decades and decades as well. So now let's go forward. 2003, there's the same picture. 2010, 7 years later, yeah, we're starting to see some of that regeneration and some of that shade-tolerant trees grown in the understory. A lot of this was actually there before the treatment that actually survived, but we're seeing those incense cedar primarily grow. And let's go forward a couple more years, 2015. So advanced regeneration continuing to grow in the understory. There's that black oak. And then what do? 2019, we do another treatment. We go in with our masticator much more efficiently. We also do another commercial harvest. At the end of the day, this is what we've got. And this turns out to be an incredibly resilient structure as well. When we model fire behavior in this system, still pretty dark, it's very good. And from a carbon sequestration standpoint, this stand is putting on carbon more than any other stand that has fire. I'm not saying that's the best barometer for anything, but we can see some real positive outcomes. And of course, in a restoration treatment, it's all about what you leave versus what you take. So when we do this work here, we're trying to favor some of the pine species because they were lower in abundance, the black oaks because they're basically being overtopped. So it's all about looking at the forest condition and trying to mark to actually leave what you want, and then you take out the excess. And that's what we did here at Blodgett. And based on our forest conditions and stand structure, we were able to make some money too. But the focus is on what you leave. It's not really what you think you could take and actually maybe have the best efficiency. But I would just argue that restoration mechanical also needs to be a big time consideration for what we're doing. Here's a summary slide of everything. We know the ladder fuels and the surface fuels are critical if we're trying to reduce fire behavior in these frequent fire forests like mixed conifer, ponderosa pine, dry Doug fir. We also know from a lot of work that the trees actually increased in vigor individually from these treatments, particularly the mechanical and fire only. The mech plus fire treatment actually stressed these trees out pretty good. And we didn't see really an increase in vigor based on what we saw in that particular treatment. Most ecosystem components, including soils, songbirds, small mammals, bark beetles, vegetation, really had no measurable impact or positive impact. This is good news because we're not seeing really any negative impacts for any of these treatments at Blodgett. And that just means, you know, we can do this work. Not too surprising. These are frequent fire adapted forests and we're trying to simulate that as best we can. But the research is absolutely clear that these treatments work and are ecologically appropriate. Longevity of treatments, 15, 20 years or so. Forest carbon is an interesting story. Turns out that the wildfire probability of mixed conifer forest is going up. It looks like maybe around 2 to 2.5% per year in some areas of land ownership in the Sierra Nevada. That's gone up a lot in the last few years. Climate change probably is a big piece of that. But the carbon picture becomes a little bit more complicated. The fire treatments are better at basically keeping the carbon on site. So they're really not very sensitive to increases in wildfire occurrence through probability. But the mechanical treatment does actually better because the trees weren't stressed by the fire and we're seeing more carbon go on them. So Rob York, one of my friends and works at Blodgett, maybe some of you know him, you know, he's been working up at Blodgett for a number of years, and Rob does a great job of actually burning when there's opportunities. He burns in February, he burns in January, and he also burns whenever there's an opening. You know, there's this prescribed fire information resource database, the PFIRS. PFIRS is a thing you can go on and you can see essentially anybody that's burning that day, they're supposed to be on that little website. So when Rob goes on and burns in February, or he burns in March after a 2-week dry period, and man, we're getting dry periods in the middle of winter like crazy anymore, aren't we? But Rob goes on to burn, and he finds out he's the only one in the whole Sierra Nevada that's burning that day, at least based on this database. He calls it the web of shame or the wall of shame. I don't want to make this a bad deal to people, but you know, Rob is just saying if we want to do some burning in the Sierra Nevada, we have to take opportunities. And of course, that means a workforce. We need a workforce in February. We need a workforce in March. We can't have, you know, just the fire season. So Rob has done a great job of actually burning when he gets conditions that are actually conducive to prescribed fire. And he does that in times that we don't do a lot of burning today. I just say that unless we're going to start taking those opportunities, we are never going to crack that egg. We have to start taking those opportunities in periods of dry winters and do burning in earnest. We'll never get the burning we want on the edges of the wildfire season. And I just want to bring that forward as just a note from Rob's work. So the idea is increase prescribed fire, also increase restoration thinning, and the research basically backs that up. Let's go to Yosemite for a minute, last little place, and then we'll stop. Yosemite is a place I've been working for a long time. Jan and Bang Wangadonk has worked here certainly a lot longer than I, and I've really enjoyed working with Jan. We're in Illilouette Creek Basin. Illilouette's down here in the picture of Yosemite. It's just to the southeast of Half Dome, a basin of the Upper Merced River. It's a place that's had 50 years of fire use or managed wildfire, and it's had no fire pretty much from about 1870s to about 1973. The National Park Service is just as good putting out fires as the Forest Service. But then when they had the change in policy in 68, they began to use fire. So we're going to look at Illilouette Creek. Here's a picture of some of the different colors of the fire perimeters that have burned in Illilouette since 1973. Picture here out of the helicopter. I think Ed Duncan took this picture of the Hoover fire, 2001 Hoover fire. And you can see this is upper elevation mixed conifer, red fir, white fir, Jeffrey pine, and lodgepole primarily. So we're above the zone around Blodgett, but we're in an upper montane mixed conifer forest. Here's some work that Brandon Collins has done, really amazing. So the picture to the right is essentially different fires that have burned in Illilouette. Each is a different color, okay? And then you see this other one that's basically on top of it. And we find out that in many cases, when fires actually interact with another previous fire, they go out on their own. And what you see here, that number 7 is 7 years previous. So that other fire bumps into the fire that's in the hash. It burned 7 years previously, and lo and behold, it goes out by itself right on the edge. And you can see another one with 1 year. You can see that 5-year enclave where the place had burned 5 years previously, and then that white fire comes along and actually doesn't burn it again. So these are limited fires. So we classify these as limited fires, and Brandon Collins has been the one that's basically done this work. In contrast, on the right side, we see a bunch of other fires. And some of these 27 years, 24 years, 30 years, 13 years. Here you're seeing essentially the more recent fires, both in the black and the dark gray, burning right over the top of the mosaic. So as time goes on, of course, fuels increase, and then the fire has the capacity to burn over the top. So we call these reburn fires, okay? So limited versus reburn. Turns out there's a 9-year threshold, 9-year threshold from statistics. What's this mean? It means essentially that at about 9 years or more, you can have high probability of reburning over the top. But if your interval is 9 years or less, when that one bumps into the fire that's burned 9 years or less, 9% of the time it goes out. Now, one thing that's interesting about this is we actually looked at past fire severity, topography, different vegetation types. We tried to look at a bunch of different factors. And the only thing that came out to try to look for the ability to look at reburning versus limited fires is 9 years. That really means, what have you done for me lately? This is a little bit difficult because it's not like you can have 3 fires in the next 45 and feel like you bank some fire into some fire bank. What this actually says is, have you burned in the last 9 years? And if you have, you're going to limit that fire. If you haven't burned in the last 9 years in that area, then you're going to reburn. It really means you never get off the treadmill. Some ways that's difficult, but that's just the way our fire systems have worked. This is a fire severity diagram of Illilouette from 1974 to 04, and then we've increased this to 2018. The message is that the fire severity classes, low, moderate, and high, have been stable in Illilouette Creek all through that period. Of course, we know that Jay Miller and Hugh Safford and others have done work to show that the severity of mixed conifer forest is increasing in the Sierra Nevada range wide. But when we look at Illilouette with this fire occurrence, we find out that there actually is really no change. And here we see forest cover on the left, where 1970 and then versus 2012, when the fire system comes back, and we see huge decreases in forest cover and more shrubs, more meadows. Decrease in forest by 22% and increases in shrubs and meadows by a lot. That's what that fire has done to that system. And then the last one I'll tell you about is the water. The water is interesting because we find that Illilouette has actually maintained its water output or remained stable during the wild and fire period, and other areas in the adjacent areas in the purple that have not had fire in similar ecotones and similar vegetations have all decreased water output. And we have a recent paper that came out from a modeling exercise. The next 50 years, we expect this actually is going to continue. But the one thing about the next 50 years, because of climate change, is more volatile. So you're probably going to have larger fires. You're probably going to have bigger areas of high severity potentially. But even in the 50-year simulation of climate change, we see that the Illilouette Basin still has that stability. That's really encouraging. So the last picture and the last slide is just the idea of, we do have big problems with mixed conifer forest. Climate change is making it worse, but I don't think it's the biggest factor. I think it's actually forest structure. That gives us options, doesn't it? Prescribed burning, indigenous burning, restoration thinning, managed wildfire. It's a bumpy road, but you know what the alternative is? Creek Fire, Northern Complex, and you name it. That's a bloody disaster. So it just feels to me, and I think a lot of you, we just have to do better, okay? And California's doing better. Give them the state of California, CAL FIRE grants. The MOU was signed by the governor and also the chief of the Forest Service to get 1 million acres a year treated by 2025. The California Assembly and Senate have been working on bills, and they're doing it again this year. Prescribed fire burn certification and actually burn boss is something we hope to see a curriculum and a process come out this March, so we can get certification from private individuals, as mentioned earlier. We need a workforce, darn right we need a workforce, prescribed fire and restoration, maybe a prescribed fire here in the Western US. We've got to have a workforce to do this work. We can't just ask suppression to do it. I have a lot of friends in suppression. They're exhausted at the end of the year. They can't go 12 years. They can't go 12 months a year. So I would just say some of them actually want to have time off too. So I think we do need another workforce for restoration. And then Biden and Harris administration, I got a question mark there. I'm not exactly sure what their proponents are going to be. I'm hopeful, but I also know the US Congress is working in earnest on legislation right now. So 1 to 2 decades, I think we have really to start changing this ship. If we don't change this ship, we're going to still continue to have things like creek fires and north complexes. We've got some work to do. I'm optimistic, but I would just end that we have to move decisively. We cannot feather the edges, okay? And there is my acknowledgments, and thank you very much.
Wow, Scott, thank you. Much for us to think about. And I've asked these folks to hover on the edges so they could be part of a discussion. We're short on time. So what I'm thinking might be more interesting is, Scott, were you here to hear the presentations from the 3 work groups?
Yes.
And you heard the discussions from the agency administrators and the interactions they had with staff. Would you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that very much. You know, I took some notes. You know, Tony from the Forest Service, I think one thing he said is maybe we need to have a little more variability in our outcomes. You know, this idea of less precision and maybe where we're headed, right? I think he's right on the money, because I think if you look at kind of these outcomes, maybe prescribed fire, restoration, thinning, managed wildfire, sometimes I think our NEPA documents are highly precise. And it probably is a little bit why we do NEPA anyway. But I think Tony was absolutely on the mark saying that we need to do more work and allow more variation and less predictability in our outcomes, and actually feel like that's actually desirable. I think that's a great idea. The Santa Ana Watershed Group too. One more comment.
Yeah.
I'll let you
go ahead. No.
But I thought Len and the Santa Ana Watershed Group was also really interesting. That's not that far from the Sierras and Pigeon Marsh here. But it's an area, and he talked about, of incredibly important watershed values, an area that hasn't been burned with all the burning that's gone on in Southern California, and the idea of working together, moving in earnest. I could hear his voice and his ideas. You know, we got to get this done. We got to get this done. So I hear those things, and I just have to applaud them, because if we don't do that, we're just simply going to be looking and being essentially watching things change right before our eyes. And that is not desirable.
Anyone have anything they would like to ask Scott or comment on about his presentation? While somebody's queuing up there, I got a question for you. Your fire severity map for the northern complex, you made the comment that you didn't think the term was right, old growth forest.
Yeah.
So you must have another term that you prefer to use in that situation.
Well, I would, you know, the old growth forest term, I think my view is, to call that an old growth forest kind of gives a sense that it's somehow functional, somehow it's going to be maybe resilient to the future, the way I would think about it. So I would just call it a forest with old trees that needs restoration. You know, I think it definitely has attributes of an old growth forest that are incredibly important, but it's also, in the current state, its vulnerability is off the charts. And then I would just say it's probably a forest area with great, beautiful old trees that's in dire need of restoration. That's what I would call it.
In dire need of restoration. We had 2 hands up. Randy, I think you were first. And you're on mute.
Thanks, Scott. Great presentation. A couple comments and really questions, I guess. First, want to comment when you're discussing, anchoring and leveraging fire scars to do more proactive treatments and concentrating more on the adjacent green forests. I totally agree. And, the Forest Service, we tend to, when we have these big fires, all of a sudden, all of our focus goes to what are we going to do inside the burn, right? And I think we need to shift, I agree, to more proactive and doing work in the green part and the adjacent parts and leveraging those fire scars, right? But that's kind of a comment. And then I also agree totally that, suppression forces aren't going to get us out of this. We're trying to figure out ways with budgeting and one region, one program of work, right? We're trying to find ways to make that work. But I am with you that we really need a dedicated restoration prescribed fire type workforce, right? And you mentioned that, with the new administration and some congressional discussions going on, if you had any, obviously, if you're going to stand up a workforce for restoration, one thing, you got to outreach that to the right people. You got to advertise it right. You got to get the right people so they're not just coming in as a stepping stone to a hotshot crew or something. Yeah. But you also have to have the money to pay for that. So my question is, you talked about congressional discussions going on. Is that part of that discussion?
Randy, it really is. So I've really had some great discussions with Senator Feinstein's office over the last maybe year and a half. And I know they're working hard on a bill right now. And I think there actually is exactly some of the things you're talking about in that bill that's coming to maybe invest in a workforce. And maybe even the state of California is also thinking about that, I think, as well. But I would agree with you wholeheartedly that, it really is going to take investment. And the Forest Service, as all of us know, have locked positions for many, many, really decades. So in some ways, just even that alone is another big piece. But I do think that if there's possibility, of course, there's so many issues right now in the country with COVID and other things. But I know that there are people working on earnest in this in Washington, D.C.
I'll mention that Bill Kaage commented yesterday that Department of Interior agencies are talking with Congress about the same thing, getting dedicated workforce type of folks to put on these kinds of needs. Len Nelson.
Thank you, Scott, for that presentation. That was very good. I really appreciate you pointing out the return interval of disturbance. Without that return interval of disturbance, we see a forest grow and change. And that's something that gets missed in a lot of presentations that I see, is that you can't just leave the forest alone. You constantly have to maintain it with some aspect of disturbance. So I really appreciate you putting that in your presentation, as it's really a critical part of keeping the forest in a place that we feel as a culture is healthy and resilient. And it's our opinion and how we can scientifically guide that forest into that direction that your work has really moved in the right direction for that resiliency. Thank you.
I appreciate your comment, Len. I just have to agree with you wholeheartedly. And it's that stewardship thing we talked about, that stewardship of people and land. It's just that basic, even though it feels a little silly, but people and land and long-term stewardship that literally never ends.
Yep.
It never ends.
Christy Brigham made the comment that forest, that old growth forest, is a tree museum, not a functioning forest. Jim Jeanette.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. That was a lot of great information. I have a question. So this year in California, about 8 billion board feet of timber burned, yet our infrastructure in the state can only utilize, about 2 billion of that. A lot of that goes to regulations that the state has created. And do you see that reversing any in the future?
That's a really interesting one. I've actually had discussions on that topic as well. I know that the bill that I've seen some discussion in DC is really thinking about bioenergy as one way that maybe increase at least the small materials. But you're absolutely right. We have to have infrastructure to use the materials that are available. And of course, that makes sense too, because last time I saw California imports about 75% of its wood products outside of the state. So we generate about 25% of our own products in the state, and we could do better. So I do think some of these restoration ideas could be applied to a lot of ground of the Forest Service, particularly the eroded areas, which are millions and millions of acres. And I've always wondered if there was actually a stream of material that could be a little bit more, put up forward in a longer term period, that maybe there's more investment in the ability to maintain those facilities to process that material. But you're right, we need that places to process, and that restoration could go hand in hand with that. I know there's so much more discussion now in California about increasing burning, both wildfire and also prescribed burning. I give that nothing but kudos. But I feel in some ways that the restoration thinning and the work that could be done mechanically has been kind of thrown under the boat a little bit. I think it also has to go forward as earnest as the burning does. So I just feel we have to go forward with both. Some would disagree.
We heard in the Palomar group yesterday that camp, a representative from an organization of camps, was advocating that it not just be fire that's thought about, that other options be considered as well. So Randy, did you have another question or comment that you wanted to make?
No, I appreciate the Blodgett study and the fire surrogate, and also the fire only treatments. I think those are really things that we need to see, and we need to start realizing that fire, in some cases, fire alone is going to be the tool we need when you can't access places. But I also fully agree that there are there are people that are concerned about mechanical treatments and these other restoration treatments, but that has to be a serious component of the whole strategy. We have to use all tools that are available to us. And I think I just forgot to lower my hand, is why you called on me.
If we have no more, with that answer, maybe I'll bring this to an end. Scott, thank you. I appreciate you sticking around for a few minutes and taking some discussion with folks. And to everyone that is on the live stream, I want to apologize. I have let this slip past 5 o'clock. I'm going to take a few more minutes, but I apologize. But it was important discussion, I thought, so I let that happen. But with that, I want to thank all of our participants over the last 2 days. Both in the plenary sessions and in the working sessions. And all of you who have been watching the plenaries via live stream. Thank you for joining us. The steering committee would like to thank our IT support, Eric Torres and Landon Ballard for the National Park Service Fire and Aviation Office, Boise Fire Center. We did not know how to use all this technology, and we could not have pulled it off without your help. We really appreciate it. The steering committee would also like to thank Dave Harmon, the executive director of the George Wright Society, for all the coordination and support you've given us through the nearly 2 years we've spent planning this, through all the COVID starts and stops and retooling. Dave, thank Emily for us as well. I want to thank CAL FIRE, the U.S. Forest Service, the National Park Service. Key staff jumped on board and helped steer this ship and helped us to flesh out the recommendations originally made by Tom Nichols. We really appreciate it. Originally, we planned this workshop to target more audiences, not just the senior people, but people new to their careers, people in college, other audiences. It was going to be part training, part tabletop exercise, leading directly to outcomes. Then COVID changed our plans. Even so, agency reps told us the projects to be covered in this workshop were important, and it would be best that we not cancel, that we attempt to do this virtually, and thus we did. You should know that we've discussed staying involved in some way, following the project implementation, see what happens, maybe doing some video, going on site, doing some after action interviews, see what worked as planned, what didn't. And then we could possibly do something in a year or two post-COVID, something for all of those original audiences that we hope to serve, something that could be even better than originally planned, because we would have experience from watching these projects and we could follow up with new projects. You should know too that UC Merced has proposed a fire and climate symposium, perhaps at global scale, where further research and field operations could be imagined, planned, and coordinated, and they've asked us about our interest in contributing to that. So this is just a start. The proof of success will come when the projects we heard about today actually come together on the ground. We promise to keep you in the audience updated about what happens in the weeks and months to come. And one thing we can say with certainty already is new approaches to mitigating catastrophic wildfire are likely to happen in California. It'll take much more collaboration of the kind we've tried to foster here to get the job done. We hope all of you watching today will support that collaboration and whenever possible, contribute to it yourselves. I'll conclude with this. What is success for this workshop? For the George Wright Society, we look at it as, have we been helpful? The true measure of success is yours. Will more acres be burned, more acres treated, more fire put on the ground, possibly on landscape scales? Will there be more cooperation? Will real working relationships be built? Will lasting relationships in support of all of your different management mandates come together? All of you, you've got very challenging jobs. There are changes that you know need to happen. There is work on the ground that needs to be done. From all of us on the steering committee for this workshop, good luck. It's too early to tell if we will reach our goal of acres treated, but good luck. And with that, we conclude the workshop 24/7, 365. Thank you.